Good morning, everyone. We'd like to begin today's meeting of the Design Review Board at this time. It is March 1st, and we are meeting here at City Hall in Miami Beach. And if you wanted to join the meeting, you can also join virtually via Zoom. At this time, we do have a quorum to begin the meeting. There'll be other members attending shortly. But to get started, I'm going to pass it on to Michael and to begin the introduction.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before we begin, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Steve Rothstein, who can let members of the public know how they may participate today via Zoom.
Sure. Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the Commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public either appearing in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-794-41924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click on the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the City Clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. If you do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. Or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of an item or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. If we're ready to start, I'd like to swear in the public. So if you're testifying today, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Okay. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, before we begin, we do have several requests for continuances. I'm sorry, before we do that, let's start with the minutes from last month's meeting. And just there's an errant board member that's showing up on our after actions. So this would be to approve the minutes minus the name Gonzalez, which is listed under each item. We'll find out what's going on, but for some reason there's been an errant board member added to the list who's not there. So if we could have a motion to approve that minus all references to a board member Gonzalez.
And Michael, I want to note that I went to look at the minutes and they weren't actually on the link.
Okay, we'll make
So
sure
we can
that's
make a note of
updated.
that, please. Someone wish to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the February 1st DRB minutes with the removal of Gonzalez on all the items.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, next we have several requests for continuances. The first item being DRB file number 210704. This is the West Avenue Phase 2 right-of-way improvements. The city is requesting that this be continued to the next meeting date, which is April 5th. And before we do, I just want to see if there's any members of the public who want to speak. This would be speaking only on the request for continuance, not on the substance of the application. I see nobody present in the audience, and nobody is online with their hand raised. So if we can get a motion to continue that again to the April 5th meeting?
I move to continue DRB file 21-0704 to the April DRB meeting.
I second that.
Second by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. The next item is just informational. This is DRB 21-0705, 10 Century Lane. The applicant has actually withdrawn this application, so the board does not need to take any action on that item. The homeowner has requested that application be withdrawn. Going to the next item is DRB 21-0706, also known as DRB 20-0530, 120 MacArthur Causeway. Do we have representatives here for this application? Again, 120 MacArthur Causeway. This was continued again from the last month's meeting. The applicant is in the process of submitting revised plans, so I'd suggest the board continue this to the May 3rd meeting.
I move to continue DRB 21-0706, aka DRB 20-0530 to the May 3rd meeting.
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Gillar-Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. That item is continued to the May 3rd meeting. The next request for continuance, which is not listed on the agenda, is DRB 21-0734. This is the intersection of Pine Tree Drive, 46th Street, and Sheridan Avenue. This is a roundabout. The city is requesting a continuance to the April 5th meeting. Actually, we have someone from the city online. I'd like to call on Mr. Fung.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
This morning.
Yeah, we would like to request a continuance to the April EIB meeting.
Mr. Fong, before you proceed, I just need to swear you in quickly.
Yes.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, is 2 minutes enough or 3? Two.
I think that's it. He just wanted to request a continuance.
Okay.
Correct, Mr. Fung?
Yes, sir.
So if I get a motion to continue that item to the April 5th meeting?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Just a really quick question, Michael. Especially this one and the other one related to the right-of-way improvements, and in general, is there sort of a limit to how many months they can continue something?
Yes, no more than 120 days after the plans were last presented to the board. So once an applicant presents an application to the board and presents plans and the board has discussion, they only have 120 days in terms of continuances before they have to present again. As long as they present again, then that time frame starts over the 120 days.
I see.
I believe right now the city's trying to work with neighbors to come to resolution, and that's the reason for the request for the
Okay.
continuance.
So if they don't present at all, there's like a 3 or 4 month limit to how many
Right.
times they can continue.
Correct.
Okay. So I move to continue DRB file 21-0734 till the April 5th meeting.
I second.
Second by Ms. Gillar-Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you,
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Now we're on to previously continued applications, and Fernanda's going to introduce the next item.
Good morning. The next item on the agenda is DRB 210759, 1745 West 24th Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence to replace an existing pre-1942 architecturally significant residence. The staff report and draft final order can be found on page 13 of the agenda package for this item. The applicant is proposing to construct a new two-story residence on Sunset Island 3 that will replace an existing pre-1942 architecturally significant residence. Designed within the zoning thresholds, the proposed waterfront residence is not seeking any waivers, and staff finds the design to be refined and is supportive of the application. Here to present are the architects on this project.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
hi.
very much.
And before we start, I just wanted to ask if any of the board members have had any ex parte communications, and if they have, please disclose them at this time. Okay, looks like none. And Mr. Chair, 10 or 15 minutes would you like?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'll try to do my best. Good morning. My name is Cheryl Bazan. I'm one of the principals of Pressure Bazan Studio, and we're here as a lobbyist for Sunset Island Development LLC. We're here seeking to create a new two-story, replacing an existing two-story home pre-1942. And is the presentation possible to be on the screen, please? One second. Well,
TJ, can you?
wonderful.
There you go.
Perfect. Here it is. Wonderful. The address of the property is 1745 West, 24th Street, Miami Beach, on the Sunset Island, number 3. Can you please, next slide, please? Next slide. Next slide. Here you will see the location map of where it is specifically on the Sunset Island number 3. Next slide, please. Here are the existing conditions of the pre-1942 home. Next slide, please. We'll talk about it in further on the presentation. Here you'll be able to see the neighbor properties. On the east and west side, there's a there are two-story single-family residences, and on the south of the property towards the street, there's a one-story single-family residence. Next slide, please. As it is a pre-1942, we have depicted how this house has been transformed during the years, and therefore we created these diagrams where you can see the transformation and how the existing home, the original design has been modified. Therefore, you will see this house was built in 1937. In 1978, this diagram shows all the additions that were made to the house. Especially on the front of the house, they added an garden room and a study room towards the back and side of the house. As well, they added the living room and a great room area. And then on the front, 1978, they also added the main fence gate throughout the perimeter of the property. 1992, they added that open covered carport towards the front, and then also they have added a bathroom towards the side. Next slide, please. With these diagrams, you'll see that one of the biggest additions, of course, was in 1978, where they also added the master bedroom on the second floor. Next slide, please. In these diagrams, you'll see all the modifications that have appeared during the time frame and how has been modified within time. That line throughout the design, you'll see on the main original design, there was an open porch towards one side of the property. They enclosed that area, and also they created a canopy that, let's say, transform the actual design. You'll see that there were, in 1992, there were additional transformations. They took out some of the shutters and modified some of the existing windows, or original windows. Next slide, please. You'll see that towards the back, all these areas were modified, so you can't actually relate what's the original design with what has been transformed. And we wanted to actually show you what was original in 1937. That's the image on the upper part, and lower part you'll see how has been transformed during the years. Next slide, please. Can you please go to A15, please? Two more. Okay. Within this design, what we aim to create is clean, modern tropical architecture that relates also towards that original design in the sense of we created a lower volume towards the front where you have the garage and you enter towards the side. The height of that volume is depicted from that Porsche that was originally on that design, and therefore we have that reminiscence of that idea. That lower volume, it's towards the front, and then more towards the back, you have the two-story volume so that you don't impact the street as much with a two-story volume right at the front. Right at the entrance, you'll see that there's a water feature, and there's a trellis through in order to get to that foyer area. Interior-wise, we have towards one side the living and dining area with floor-to-ceiling windows, and towards the east side, you'll have all the service area plus kitchen and a family room, as well as two flex rooms and one service. Next slide, please. Here, it's more like a zoom in. Right when you go out of that living room area, you have a covered barbecue and exterior outdoor terraces. Next slide, please. The circulation is centered, and therefore we have also lighting coming through from that openness towards the east side. And then when you go up, you have an open den with a terrace that when you outdoors, you have a spiral stair that goes all the way up to the rooftop, two bedrooms towards the front of the property, master bedroom towards the back of the property with all the views. And then next to that master bedroom, you have a third bedroom, all of them with their bathrooms and walk-in closets. Next slide, please. This is the roof terrace. On the roof terrace, you go uncovered from that spiral stair that we talked before. And then in order to get to that main area on that roof terrace, we have planters throughout all the perimeters. And then we have also the AC units on the top. Next slide, please. Here you'll see all the elevations of the home. We're trying to aim for natural materials as part of the cladding. We have limestone cladding throughout the facades, and then we also have, you'll see throughout all the perimeter of the property, we have planters so that there's less impact towards the neighbors. And also within the interiors, you also have that connection between nature and architecture. Next slide, please. Here you'll see also side facades where we have that openness with the windows and the stair on the central area. Within that openness that you see there, you'll see on the landscape drawings that we have a lot of blue bamboos, so that those are tall species, so that when you look through the windows, you still have a lot of light coming through, but there's also nature that enters through the architecture. Next slide, please. You will see material-wise what we talked about, and one thing that we wanted also to show you as part of that transformation is that one of the things that remained for these from the 1937 home was the main gate, and it was those circles that you see on the front facade, and we wanted to transform that image and create it as part of the main gate of the house, and that's why we have a circle right at the entrance, and then there's that juxtaposition in between the circle and then the spiral stair coming all the way up to the top. Next slide, please. Here you'll see as well back facade with more materials. Next slide. Next slide. All the way up to A31, please. Next. Perfect. Here you'll see the renderings of the property. As we said, we aim for a clean lines, modern tropical architecture with limestone cladding throughout the facade, wood soffits, and then also a lot of nature within the whole environment. We wanted to show that it was a house that would integrate a lot of nature, especially at the entrance. We have a pandanus. Next slide, please. We have a pandanus right at the entry, and then we also have all the gombolimbos. They're not all of them within this rendering because we wanted to show you, especially in this view, how the approach on the main gate is. But we have 5 gombolimbos, and then we have a lot of trees throughout the front as well. We have some Simpson stoppers. We have the blue bamboo, throughout the perimeters as well. And then on the back, please, next slide. In the back, you'll see that you have open to floor ceiling windows, but we also have a few areas that we wanted a light to come through, but also privacy, and therefore we have those low windows on the top. So
How much more time?
I think that's it.
How much more time would you like
No,
to
I
have?
think that would be okay.
You sure?
I'm sure, but thank you very much. I really
you. Well done.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Just so that you know, last one, on the back, we didn't represent the palms because we wanted you to see the actual architecture, but we have Medjugorje palms right at the edge of that back view, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak concerning this project? Please come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chair, there is nobody online with their hand raised, and I see nobody present in the chambers.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of this meeting and turn it over to the board for comment.
Sure, I'll start. What was your name again?
Cheryl Bassan.
Cheryl, thank you for this project. I want to commend you and your team for. I have so many comments here. They're all very good. Everything that you talked about in your presentation today is very clear and easy to understand within your presentation. So I thank you for that. All the nods, the circle, it's all very clear, and I really appreciate the shadow renderings that you created, which you skipped through here, and then also the color rendering. It's very, very, very easy to understand this project. So, and that makes it easy for all of us and for the public to understand. I really appreciate use of natural materials. I really like how this project kind of looks like any side of the project could be the front of the project, which I think is really nice. I can tell that your team thinks very visually and in 3 dimensions, and your landscape, the way it ties in. I mean, I think you really see this very clearly in these white renderings that you didn't show, that each side kind of looks like its own front, which is really, really nice, and it's kind of rare for what we see here. I think you had a really firm grasp of what our zoning code allows you to do and what it doesn't allow you to do. And you made it all work here, and it doesn't look like you had to force anything. So I really appreciate these things that you did, like putting the roof deck kind of in the middle of the home, all the things that you did that seem very natural in this home that probably were maybe byproducts of our zoning code.
Okay.
It works really well. So I think you did a really nice job, and I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I agree with Jason. I think that this is a really beautiful home, and I think we're seeing a lot more homes that have this sort of light brown, this similar palette, and I think it's really lovely. So yes, I did have, and one of the things that I was trying to figure out, I was looking at the existing and especially the landscaping and the palms, and you kept saying how, this is a sort of modern tropical style. And I'm glad that you said a little bit about that some of the palms are there, although they're not being pictured. I was just wondering, even like it looked like in the pictures of the existing, there's a cluster of palms along one of the property lines, sort of in the back, and, was just gonna ask, did you ever consider keeping those to keep more in line? I mean, when I think of tropical, that's part of that.
Okay.
A lot of the palms are mature. Yeah. That was one of my questions. And then the other thing, and again, I don't, I'm completely smitten with this curvilinear pool that's existing. Was that ever on the agenda to keep, or is it just too far? Is it not in the right place, or?
It's not necessarily in the right place, but we also thought about having something curved within the design as well as part of the pool. But of course, with the with the limitations of, we wanted also to set it back the property, the 2-story, so that limits the back of the house, and that's why we ended up having a more rectangular pool. Yeah, as well, absolutely, no doubt. And as part of the palms, we have a few palms that we're relocating. You will see it on page, it's the LO00, and we have 2 palms right at the center and 1 towards the edge. We're relocating the hurricane palm and also the date palm. It's number 13 and 14, and then all the existing royal palms that are tall, we're keeping them. So we're not removing any tall palms, royal palms.
Orlando?
Yeah. Nice job. Beautiful house.
Thank you.
I have a question on the palms 5, 6, and then the ones on the opposite side, 12 and 11, I believe.
Yes.
Those 2 walls there are new privacy walls?
Well, we have, yes, we have a retaining wall throughout the edges.
Is there going to be excavation there?
There's going to be a few excavations.
How are you going to do it with those palms?
We're gonna try to maintain, and I'm gonna talk to the landscape designer to see how far we can go all the way up to the palms. If we can't, then we'll have to or relocate the existing, but we'll never remove those palms. It's part of the idea is to maintain them. Okay.
Okay, I do see in the landscape plan that the 2 gombolimbos on the east of the driveway
Okay.
are probably, I can't measure exactly, but probably
Too close to
and a
the-
half, too close to the hardscape,
Okay.
which I think they should be moved
Okay.
away from.
Absolutely. We'll make that comment to the landscape designer. He's actually on Zoom, so I hope they're actually taking notes of that, no doubt.
Okay.
I think it's very elegant, and I think it's a good model of the house where even though it's somewhat larger than its neighbors and taller, it still breaks down in scale
Okay.
and has a sensitive use of materials.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I thought it was very elegant and modulated in proportion and scale so that it fits in, even though it's taller than the neighbors on either side.
Okay.
And I especially like the use of materials, so I think it's an excellent house and also a model of a direction that architects could take going forward.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your comments.
Can I ask for a motion?
I move to approve.
Second. Jason, you
Damn.
So a motion made by Mr. Comas, seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application on the agenda is on page 27. It starts on page 27 of the agenda packages for the board. This is DRB 21-0765, 1933 Meridian Avenue, the Holocaust Memorial Center. Just 1 second. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new single-story exhibition building for the Miami Beach Holocaust Memorial Museum to replace an existing parking lot. This application came before the board on February 1st of this year and was continued to today in order to address the concerns expressed by the board. Since the last meeting, the applicant has made several modifications to the plans. The building will still be elevated to +9 NGVD, which is above the adjacent sidewalk located at a lower elevation of +3 NGVD, and include an expansive quarter-circle step main entry along with a curving ramp for access from street level. However, the elevated walkway along 19th Street has been removed, with the area now comprised of grade-level landscaping against the building and the creation of a contemplative garden. Further, the side of the building facing the existing memorial is now proposed to be rectangular form, and a new exhibition/circular spine circulation spine transitions from this rectangular, more back-of-house programming to the circular exhibition/classroom spaces along 19th Street. The circular forms are still present along 19th Street, but softened by the additional landscaping. Large windows have been incorporated into the multipurpose classroom space, and bicycle parking has also been included in the site plan on the eastern side of the structure near a secondary vestibule. Staff is supportive of the application, which will remove this parking lot and extend the sidewalk connection along 19th Street, and is recommending approval of the application.
And Mr. Chair, before we start, any disclosures that the board, ex-party communications that the board needs to
I'll begin
disclose?
if you want.
Sure.
Yes, I did meet with Jacob Solomon at the site and two other members of the Federation.
Thank you.
And I spoke by phone with Jacob Solomon and Jessica Katz.
Thank you.
I spoke to Jacob Solomon.
I did as well.
Thank you all.
And I don't think it'll prejudice my judgment in this situation.
Thank you.
Yeah, same. It will in no way affect my vote.
Okay, and then I guess just, Mr. Chair, how much time should I set the clock?
15?
Sure.
15 minutes, okay?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, all. Thank you for inviting us here to present again on the Holocaust Memorials Education Center. My name is Jessica Katz. I am a Miami native, a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and the incoming chair at the Holocaust Memorial Miami Beach. My dad, Ezra Katz, here with us today, was one of the original founders of the memorial, which opened nearly 32 years ago. The Holocaust Memorial has been a huge part of my family's life for as long as I can remember, and I expect to be involved with its growth and its development for many years to come. I have served on the committee for the memorial for several years now as we have grappled with several challenges. Among them, number one, what does the next 30 years look like for Holocaust education and remembrance? How do we adapt to changes in technology, changes in education, the anxieties of children in the present day, which, as we can see, are a moving target? Several years ago, we created an app that is a digital supplement for walking through the memorial, but is it enough? Second is our capacity. As it stands now, we can accommodate exactly one school class at a time via our small classroom and our network of docents. Our executive director, Sharon Horowitz, who's also here with us today, gets several requests from schools to bring many classes at a time, sometimes between 100 and 200 kids. She has to turn these groups away. Why? Because we don't have the facility for it. And to me, the idea of turning away any school class who wants to come to the memorial is simply unacceptable. Sharon will also be the first to tell you what is the first question she gets from every school group, and that is, are we going to meet a survivor? The unfortunate reality is that within the next decade, there will be no Holocaust survivors to tell us their stories firsthand. Even in the last 2 years of COVID, several important survivors in our community have passed away, and many who remain do not have the wherewithal to speak with our visitors in person or even virtually. So if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, I wanted to give you some context for how these concerns and subsequent events brought us to our current project. In November 2019, I was on a trip to Houston, Texas with a group from the Institute of Contemporary Art in Miami. We were in Houston to look at art museums, visit art studios, and private collections there. At Norman Bremen's suggestion, he was on the trip, and remember, he was also an instrumental founder of the original memorial. My dad, Norman, and myself, we broke off one afternoon for the group for a little diversion to go check out the Holocaust Museum in Houston. Honestly, what we saw there changed our whole outlook on what we were doing here at the memorial back home. We were blown away by the museum's testament to Holocaust history, combined with their call to action in the community via museum-organized educational initiatives. For the remainder of that trip, I remember several times a day, Norman would look over at me, both of us ignoring the art for once in our lives, and said, you know, we really have to do something back home. It was like we couldn't wait to get home and get started on creating something of our own, and that's precisely what we did. At first, we sought the advice of the Houston Museum, including a return to their facility a couple months later for a day-long introduction to their entire staff and education programs. Their team subsequently came to Miami and met with us to do the same. Then, at their suggestion, we began conversations with Ralph Applebaum and Associates. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but they are a global museum design firm, and they've worked on several important institutional projects. Some examples are the National Museum of African American History and Culture in DC, the Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center in Moscow, the Bill Clinton Presidential Library in Little Rock, and most notably for our project, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. We simultaneously worked with Stephen Smith, who was the executive director of the USC Shoah Foundation in Los Angeles, which I'll speak a little bit more about in a moment. We then enlisted an architect to bring our ideas to life, Ray Fort of Architectonica, who you all know very well. Ray has been so passionate and supremely professional together with his team throughout this project. So we felt that we really had a consensus of experts at that point, and we set out to decide how to move forward with an expansion. It became immediately evident to us that what we really needed was an education center, a hub for middle school and high school students and others in our community to gather and understand Holocaust history through the lens of the human condition and experience. A really crucial part of the user experience at our Holocaust Education Center will be the ability to interact with a hologram of a Holocaust survivor. This is a technology that was pioneered by the USC Shoah Foundation, which was founded by Steven Spielberg in 1994, originally with the intention of collecting video testimony from Holocaust survivors. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this technology, which many of us were until fairly recently, basically what happens is that a Holocaust survivor is interviewed on video and asked over 1,000 questions. Questions about their experience before the war, during, and afterward. You can imagine it's a very taxing experience for people who are, at their youngest in their 80s. Those many hours of footage are compiled, edited, and later used in a sort of 3D rendering of the survivor in a theater setting, whereby visitors can ask questions and converse with the survivor, and these questions are answered by an algorithm that comes from this many hours of video footage. By the way, I should say that this theater setting is partially what dictated the exterior design of the museum, which Ray will speak about more in detail. By coincidence, our group actually just returned from Dallas yesterday, where we went to go see a hologram in action, and it was kind of amazing. You really felt like you were in the room with the person. It was incredible. You felt like you were having a conversation. We will also be the first institution in the Southeast to have this technology. There are currently holograms in Houston, Dallas, Chicago, Indiana, and Los Angeles that I'm aware of, so that could be really exciting for us. This education center is not meant to be a memorial, but a complement to our current memorial, which is really close to all of our hearts and will remain of paramount importance. But it really will be a safe space for impressionable students, for Miami Beach tourists, for us to gather, to learn, to contemplate, and hopefully to take action in a positive way. After 2 years of meetings and trips and detailed research, we finally included a referendum on the November 2021 ballot, as you recall, that passed 82% to 18%. So it seems that Miami Beach voters demonstrated overwhelming support for our project, which made us really happy. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here with, aside from those who I've already mentioned, Nicole Freeman, who is our Director of Education at the Holocaust Memorial Miami Beach, Josh Sales, who's the Director of Jewish Community Relations and Government Affairs for the Greater Miami Jewish Federation, Jacob Solomon, who you'll hear from in a couple of minutes, who's the CEO of the Greater Miami Jewish Federation. And on Zoom, we have Sydney Pertnoy, who is our current chair of the Holocaust Memorial Miami Beach Committee, and Dan Kofsky, who is our project manager. We are truly, truly confident that this education center will enhance the immediate Miami Beach campus that includes the Convention Center, Pride Park, the New World Symphony, and so many other landmarks. We really thank you for your feedback thus far and for your thoughtful consideration of our project.
Thank you, Jessica. I think the outline of the project's history is really important, and it certainly has informed the architectural process and what you're about to see today. So I think I'd like to start with just by refreshing your memory on the site location and where it's situated. So beginning on this board here, and I'm going to do a board's presentation, and we can actually queue up the digital one just in case there's some supplemental items we can pull up. So the site is located on the corner of Meridian and 19th Street. Outlined in red is the existing memorial, and in blue is the existing parking lot where the site is located. Surrounding the site, we have the Botanical Gardens to the east. East of that is the Convention Center. To the south, we have Pride Park. South of that is City Hall. And to the west side of Meridian Avenue are a series of apartment buildings and the Chamber of Commerce building. So to look at the site in its current condition in a bit more of the specifics, it is essentially a vacant parking lot, an asphalt parking lot with a couple of trees that are not in good condition according to the arborist report. We also have this landscape buffer, a very dense landscape buffer with very mature trees, including some baobab trees that almost feel like you're within the botanical garden actually, that are within that zone. And there's also an existing wall, which you can see essentially here in the background, an existing wall that separates the parking lot from that landscape buffer. And something to note is that in our proposed plan, we are not encroaching beyond that wall. So the footprint of the current building does not expand beyond the asphalt parking lot that we see, with the exception of the corner of 19th and Meridian, where there's a low existing planter that essentially acts as a barrier to that parking lot. So we need that access point, so there is going to be the demolition of the plant on that corner. There's also like this trash can that's in the way there. And something else to note is that 19th Street is really one of the entrances to this cultural district, and there's actually no sidewalk along 19th Street in front of the project at this location. So among the improvements of the building itself, the streetscape really becomes a critical moment from an urbanistic standpoint. So looking at the overall proposed site plan, the project needed to address the specific program inside of the building, but also serve as an independent structure and fill that urbanistic void that I just pointed out. So looking at the overall arrangement of the site, we made a few changes, and I'll get into those in more specificity in a moment, but I'd just like to overall give you a view of how we've arranged this. So the entrance to the building is off the corner of Meridian and 19th. We have an entry feature stair that brings you to an elevated plaza that is the entrance to the lobby of the project, and there's a secure entrance at that moment. And then we have a central spine that links a series of round cylindrical volumes that are the exhibition spaces themselves, and that allows for flow in and out of the building. And also to note that the back side of the building is flat now, and that is actually the location of the existing wall. So looking at the overall plan in more detail, I'd like to begin with the round spaces themselves. And as Jessica mentioned, we made the visits to the hologram exhibits, which is called Dimensions in Testimony. And they're quite spectacular. And the way that they work is that you have a screen that surrounds the users in the front, and exhibitions are put up that give a history or a biography of the survivor. And it's a very immersive experience, and it's a 180-degree experience. And the round shape of that room facilitates that, and would in fact improve the condition that we currently saw in Dallas yesterday. So you get a history of the survivor, and then once you get that history, the hologram appears in the middle of the space, and the audience gets to have a conversation with the hologram survivor. And the way you have a conversation is that there's a motion sensor in the room, and you stand up, it detects that you're getting ready to ask a question, and it recognizes the question and is able to answer it because it has all this information from the thousands of questions that it's been asked prior to. But while the experience is quite moving, I think one of the other remarkable takeaways is that there's a moderator in the room that helps facilitate the conversation between the users, those in the room, and the survivor. But they spoke about the survivor in a very emotional way that they were their friends. And one of the questions that was asked is, which survivor would you like to have in this exhibit? And they couldn't answer the question because they really felt a connection to all the survivors that had been interviewed. And it's a very moving experience, and I felt that just that alone becomes a remarkable learning tool to be able to talk with someone that had this experience in the past. So in essence, the design of these rooms is really meant to facilitate that conversation. And by having it in the round, you can have images that can accompany the story that relate to the survivor. So let's see here. So I think that was one of the first comments that we received in the last meeting, and I just wanted to address the use of these spaces and what the intent is. However, with that said, we did make a change to the project and the overall footprint, and it is the exhibition sort of circulation space that now links all of the volumes that are to the south. And this allows for a
5 more minutes?
That'll be fine.
Thanks.
And this allows for a flat wall for flexibility of exhibitions that can rotate in and out of the building. You'll also notice that we've removed the terrace planter and the elevated terrace that is along 19th Street. This allowed us to replace it with landscaping on grade and really surround the building with landscape. And in the area where we do not have the accessibility ramp to the front door, the building is recessed and it creates this small contemplation garden off of 19th Street. So it's now providing that connection that I previously spoke about along 19th that doesn't exist, but more than just that, it provides this small garden experience that you can tuck away and be hidden from the street. There's also a minor comment about bicycle parking, but we've incorporated bicycle parking as well, and we've concealed that with another landscape island. By removing that podium, it actually addressed another comment about the materiality of the podium. And we felt that because the podium no longer is a large element in the project and it was just limited to the entry feature stairs, we would just keep that as a neutral item in an architectural concrete. So we looked at some of these vignettes that were produced by Ralph Applebaum Associates of what these spaces would feel like, and those are still in development, but this just gives you an idea of what it is. Looking at some of the aerial images, the building really now is enveloped in landscape, and it surrounds it from the existing landscape to the north with that buffer that we're not going to be touching, but now we've added a secondary landscape buffer that really starts to tie this into the botanical gardens, which is really part of the overall experience along 19th Street. So then, looking at the building facade, one of the questions that came up was the quality and materiality of these volumes. And so we did a little bit of research on this, and we felt that using precast panels would be the best way to control this quality, because the precast can be done in a controlled environment, and we can get that smooth white finish that we were hoping to achieve and that we are going to achieve. The only thing that comes with that is the introduction of some seams, but fortunately this is only a one-story building, so we're actually able to divide this building in some very logical locations that almost become it almost feels seamless in a way, and there are natural breakpoints within each of the volumes. Additionally, we received the comment about breaking up the facade a little bit and showing how we can introduce and describe each of the volumes individually. So at the concave moments where the two circular volumes come together, we introduce the reflective glass panel that, and this view is showing without the landscape, but the idea behind that it would not only represent each of the cylindrical volumes individually, but it would break up the facade and almost provide these moments where we can create reliefs and or projections on the facade of quotes that are facing outward. This curved reflective zone would also add depth to the landscape that we've added to the 19th Street side of the project. And so that reflection will also be within those curved glass panels. So those are the extent of the changes, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have, but that's the presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Anyone from the public wish to come forward? Please do so now. Jacob, I would expect.
For public comment, Mr. Chair, how many minutes? How long would you like me to set the clock for public?
Jacob, what do you want? 2, 3 minutes?
Could I try for 4?
4. We'll give you 4.
Thank you. So first of all, good morning, and I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. I also want to thank you for your service on this board. I've come to learn and appreciate and very much respect the seriousness with which you perform your duties, and on behalf of all the citizens, I thank you for that. I also, through my conversations with some of you, want to thank you for your sensitivity to why we're doing this. We understand that while there may be differences of opinion in terms of design, and I hope that you've heard some of that. What I got in my conversations and what I actually take as a given is that you understand why we're doing this. And your sensitivity and understanding for that is very important. We really respect very much and took to heart. I hope you heard the feedback that we received at our previous hearing. I hope it's been evidence that we took that feedback seriously, and we feel that we've now addressed and I hope responded adequately to some of your concerns. We believe that we've brought before you now an improved design that's both responsive to your input and still it's totally aligned with why we're doing this project. I'd like to use my time this morning to speak to that specifically. Why are we doing this? And I guess there's an underlying question that I discern, which is, what's the urgency? You know, like, why are you guys pushing this so hard? Why is this so important to you? And I'd like to address that very, very, very directly. I want to share some statistics with you, some of which will surprise you, but all of them will alarm you. About 40 to 43% of millennials don't believe that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. Many think it was fewer than 2 million. Some don't believe that the Holocaust existed at all. There were over 40,000 concentration camps during World War II. Nearly 50% of Americans cannot name one of them. Not Auschwitz, not Birkenau, not Majdanek, not Treblinka, not Dachau, not Terezin, not one. Almost 50% of Americans. Last year saw the third highest recorded level of hate incidents against Jews in the United States. And lest you think that the lethal shootings at Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue or Poway, or the horrible hostage situation we just saw in Colleyville the other week, just in case you think that those were aberrations, anti-Jewish attacks were the most common form of anti-religious group hate crimes in the United States, with 683 cases. That's more than 6 times larger than the next highest group in terms of being victims of hate crimes in the United States. Right here in Miami now, Federation employs a full-time community security director, and we are looking and working with local synagogues, agencies, schools, community centers, so that they all have security presence. We are in touch with law enforcement every single day for one anti-Semitic situation or another. It's true that anti-Semitism is on the rise, but all forms of hatred, hate crimes, bigotry, intolerance are increasing in our wonderful nation. We know the disease, but at least to some extent, we also have a partial cure for that disease. The perpetrators of those hate crimes 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now are sitting in schools right now. And their attitudes are being shaped by what they hear on social media, what they hear in music lyrics, what they hear in certain college campuses. And yet, most Americans have never been to a Holocaust memorial or have had any kind of serious Holocaust education. Oh my. Okay, may I have 2 minutes, please? Thank you very much. Research shows that a first-hand exposure to quality Holocaust education affects attitudes not just about anti-Semitism, but about intolerance, bigotry, and hate in general. We believe that if we can get the vast majority of late, middle, and early high school students to the memorial, to have them sitting face-to-face with a Holocaust survivor, albeit a holographic one, asking her questions and learning from her, it will, we believe, make a real and durable impact, changing society for the better, one child, one mind, one heart at a time. 250 groups came to the memorial before the pandemic. Nearly 100,000 visitors came. It's a proven commodity. 12,000 students came. We believe that of interest to you, the memorial itself and its design was not uncontroversial at the beginning. I read back in terms of some historical notes, and there was a lot of debate about the design, and I learned recently that it's not unusual for memorials to be controversial. This is not a memorial, as we said. I do want to take us back, though, for the last minute, to Sunday, February 4th, 1990, a bit more than 32 years ago, when the Holocaust Memorial was dedicated, and Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel said the following: one day, a man or woman will enter this sanctuary of remembrance and wonder. Was it all true? Were the killers really that cruel and the victims that helpless, that lonely, that abandoned? Will this museum or any other, bigger or smaller, make a difference? I hope that visitors will bring their children. I hope they'll look at the pictures. Woe unto us, for the tragedy which this museum is trying to integrate is beyond words and beyond imagination, but not beyond memory. And only those who were there will know what it meant to be there. Friends, the Education Center, whose plans are before you, promises that those faces, those pictures, those memories, the stories that we have to tell for their sake and for our collective future will continue to be told for generations to come. It really is that urgent. Thank you very much for the extra time, for your understanding, and I hope for your support.
Thank you, Jacob. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time? Anyone have your hand up?
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting now and turn it over to the board for comment. Sam?
Thank you, Jacob and Jessica and Ray. Ray, this is in my opinion, this is a vastly improved design. This has the solemnity that I think was lacking from the previous. This is the most important application, in my opinion, that's come across, it's come before us in the 3 years that I've been on this board. And I believe that this should be built with all deliberate speed. And so I emphatically support the application, and I hope it gets approved today.
Thank you.
Sarah?
I also wanted to thank you guys for this thorough presentation. And I will say, too, that the explanation was really helpful because a lot of the design choices and concepts didn't necessarily come across in the PDF that we received. So that was very helpful. I have one small question about this reflective material.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be a wind? It's hard for me to picture what that
It would
is.
be a glass, and in this case, a shadow box. It would not be vision glass, so that you would not be able to look into the building.
Alex?
Well, I have to say, no one is arguing with the importance of this building, nor the content. But that's not our job. Our job is to judge the aesthetics of it and whether or not it is the best design for this site and for the content of the program. And I think I just have to reiterate what I said last time, that the memorial, the circle of the memorial that focuses on the hand of God with the victims crawling up, in suffering, is the focus of the memorial. So this visitor center should be a contrast, and as you say, a complement, but a complement is not the same shape. So to repeat the circle 4 times in pavilions that, in my mind, look like concrete bunkers, is diminishing rather than reinforcing the meaning of the Holocaust Memorial. And yes, the importance of it is why I don't think this has, taken 77 years to build this. So I think, to me, it should, you didn't really change the basic shape of it, which are these pavilions, which actually, oddly enough, if you look on A40, relates more to the Miami Chamber of Commerce across the street. It's the same cylindrical shape, and it's also stucco. So why you would do stucco, I mean, any concrete or, material that has no gravity or materiality to it is amorphous stucco in my book. So this is, there was a discussion about changing this to stone or something of more gravity, and that wasn't done. The same shapes are here. It's a very moving program, but that's, again, not the point of the design committee.
Ray, can I ask you a question to
Yeah.
this hologram projection exhibition? Does it need to be shown in a round space? Is that also why it came about?
Yeah, the intent is that it's a theater in the round, and the ones that we saw are displayed around the user, and in that case they did it within a rectangular space, but it's a little bit awkward because you're constantly having to turn your neck to the side to try to figure out what it is, and in this case it's now displayed in front of you in a much more sensible way for your cone of vision. So it's a very direct interpretation of what we felt in our discussions, or what was the outcome of our discussions rather, with the USC Shoah Foundation, the client group, the existing memorial, and it was a consensus that this was the route to go in terms of the shape of these spaces.
Hi. Thank you for increasing the landscape area at street level. If you don't mind, can we take a look at 41 again? No, 41 is on that, yeah. Okay, if we look at the rendering, we see 2 layers of landscape.
The median?
Right.
And the streetscape.
Right. Yet in the plan, we only have 1 layer.
Hey, Ray, can you get the mic?
Is it possible to increase by adding either bump outs or sidewalk cuttings or something to increase the amount of landscape in creating what you are showing in the rendering?
In the median or along the
along the street front?
The street front here. So,
yeah.
So as it relates to the street, that is something that we're discussing with Public Works of the City of Miami Beach, because we've given them a couple of options as to what to happen in the median. In terms of what's happening on our side of the street, this is really what we have control of over the extent of it.
Right.
So,
is it possible to lose 1 parking spot? I know parking is precious,
I see
but
what you're saying, to do a bump out there. We can
do
study
bump
that.
outs.
Yeah.
and increase the layering of the green at street level.
We can definitely study that.
That's one thing. The second is, I think you need to increase the height of the plants, of the trees particularly, because of headroom. Some of the trees are, like the ones next to the ramps, at 8 or 10 feet high, are gonna have what, 4 or 5 feet of headroom?
I'm going to ask Ben Hutchins from the landscape team to answer some of the questions on the headroom here.
How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I think the issue in that particular case is the planter's not so gracious, that we would be concerned about putting any large plants in there that might upheave the adjacent paving. So the intent is to use smaller species like stoppers and Thrynax. But the Thrynax would give you the height day one.
Well, the Thrynax had 8 feet green trunk. You're
8 feet
specifying?
clear. Yeah, it should be 8 feet clear.
You're at about 18 inches higher than the, so that would bring 18 inches the green trunk lower, because it's right next to the ramp. And the ramp at that point is 18 inches higher than
Right, yeah, that's a good point,
So
because the ramp's coming up.
what I need you to work on is headroom in the
clear
ramp and
trunk.
in the street.
Okay, understood. We'll take a look at those specs and try to open up the views underneath them.
Okay.
Good comment, thank
you.
Jason?
I'm good.
You're good. I would, to follow up on your point, Orlando, I would recommend that the parking be eliminated and additional parking, or additional landscaping and groundscape be improved. I think that's actually a very important part of the experience of the building itself, is the foreground. Second, I would recommend that the bathrooms, of the existing bathrooms, be removed and relocated. Ray, could you point those out for me, please?
There are existing restrooms that serve the existing memorial.
Yeah, I think that blocks the view of the building. I think that deteriorates the quality of that space, and it could be incorporated somehow into the bar building in the back, to make it look like it's part of the new building, that is, where there are bathrooms already, I think. Third, I'd recommend that the doors to the entrance to the building be curved as opposed to straight as shown in the renderings.
We've been discussing with our glass consultant as to how to achieve that.
Yeah, I know they have to be Miami-Dade quality and all that, but it's, I think it'd be worthwhile that the front door of the entire building be actually quite beautiful.
I agree. We'll study that.
Fourth, I've been in a space in the Metropolitan Museum, which is a round room, if you've been back behind the Temple of Dendur in the American wing, which is actually a circular room, which portrays, unfortunately, a battle or something like that. But it's actually like a diorama. It's something that's actually quite experientially interesting, be able to spin your head around and be able to tell the story forward and backwards and so on. So I think these round rooms could work, depending on how they're programmed.
Also, on A10, could you explain the entry vestibule? There's a point where the curve diminishes to a point, basically. Can you?
Yeah, we may end up
very impractical.
In that zone, we may end up using it for a mechanical system of the building, or just close it off as it would be inaccessible, to your point. But the intent was to create an entry vestibule that was secure and have a a secure entry side and an exit side to act as an entry and exit loop within the entry vestibule area.
Also, I think the solidity of the precast concrete is a very good positive. I think the quality of precast concrete could be from A to Z in terms of whether or not it's how refined the mix is and the fixture of the texture. I think you could work with staff on how you do that treatment. And I think that there's only, besides the joint you mentioned, there's two other joints, and that's how it meets the ground and how it meets the ceiling of the overhang. And there's always the argument about whether it should penetrate the ground or sit on the ground and how that would work. It's a detail, but it's and it's subtle, but I think it's critical as much as the one that when it hits the ceiling. Because the argument has always been the precast or a panel like that should come up and stop at the ceiling as opposed to penetrate it. I don't necessarily agree, but I think that you should study that in relation to how it meets the ground.
We'll study that detail.
Yeah, if you work with staff on the precast, I think it could be very successful because it doesn't necessarily want to be. Here's the biggest fear I have is graffiti. with precast. You can't refinish the precast. So you have to, you could seal it continually, but that makes it kind of glossy, plastic feeling to it. You should explore that, because I don't think if someone were to do vandalism, it would be a disaster here.
Noted. We'll definitely further study that, as I think that's a really good point.
Mr. Chairman, could I just comment on the parking in front, because I think it's important? Is that my understanding is, there's a lot of school buses that come here, and right now, I think there's not a very safe drop-off or pickup area. So I think the purpose of this larger parking area is to also serve as a drop-off and pickup area for school buses.
I wonder if it could be handled on the other side of the street, or somehow working with a medium, or some other way in which
I know that the city,
here's the problem I have with school buses. You no longer get to look at the building. You get to look at the school bus. And everyone wants to rather see the building. And to walk a block or a half a block, and maybe it's further down the street you work it in with the botanical garden, but I think there's a better way to handle the arrival of school buses on the site.
Yeah, and I think it's also going to be a matter of where parking eventually happens or doesn't happen in the median. And, we want to make sure that, especially if it's across the street, they would have security or somebody that would ensure the safe passage of children, especially when there's events going on at the convention center.
Yeah, but I would take the reverse and say that, is there a positive way to answer the question about removing the parking?
I know that the city, this whole area is still up for discussion. We do have a condition regarding any sort of drop-off and pickup subject to approval by the city. So we asked them to provide like an operational plan to see how that could be accomplished. That's part of the order right now. So I'd like to keep it very flexible rather than tie them into removing the parking spaces. But that's just our recommendation. Maybe you guys can comment on the frequency of buses and the need for an area for drop-off and pickup.
And if there had to be a space on the site, directly adjacent to the site, certainly move it to the east side as opposed to towards the west side.
That's our contemplation now, is that there's an area where there's an existing parking spaces that could accommodate that use.
I'm reluctant to say this, but if this goes forward, I just want the UJA and everyone to be aware and at least have some answer to, now that they're more cylindrical kind of concrete towers with a brim, the association is very strong to the Viennese anti-aircraft towers that were built during World War II. So if there's any way to bring up those images, but anyway, I just, you should be aware of that and have some answer to it, because you just should be aware of it, okay? Because the association is not, people, if this is built, be ready for whatever critics write in the future, okay, so.
So, subject to the applicant working with staff to explore and implement to the greatest extent possible.
Sam, I think we're going to have one or two more comments.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I have one comment. Is it at all possible to use the roof areas, given that you have a large parapet?
We explored it, but have not included it in the design at this time. And are you suggesting that it would be some sort of a green roof area potentially?
No, I think the ability to stand there and look back towards the memorial would be tremendously strong. I know you may have trees in the way, but there is an association when you come up and rise up above to be able to look backwards. And it's a great view to the park, City Hall. It seems two circles up there that are completely empty looks like it's opportunity.
Thank you.
I feel like Jim's made some fantastic points. And to Alex's point too, I wonder if it's worth looking at the heights of the parapet and the location of the eyebrow, so it looks less like giant water storage barrels or something a little bit more industrial, which clearly is what you're not going for. So I don't know, maybe just play with the proportions.
Okay.
Thank you. So, subject to the applicant working with staff to implement to the greatest extent possible the comments, particularly made by the chair, Ms. Geller Nelson, and Mr. Comas, I make a motion to approve this application.
Can we clarify, so I understand the issue with working with the applicant for the final material for the precast and ensuring that there's something that can be resistant to graffiti and its long-term viability. I would add exploring bump outs within the parking area. I think we can include that. Let's see, working, or actually.
Relocation
doing
of the restrooms, current.
Okay, relocation of restrooms.
The use of curved entry doors or refine them.
Increase the clear trunk of the trees.
Explore the use of the rooftop terrace.
Okay. Okay, that motion was made by Mr. Sheldon. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian. I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Gorlin?
No.
Mr. Agopian?
Yes.
Ms. Giller Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Comas?
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon?
Yes.
Mr. Bodnar?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to thank the board very much for your support and the approval. We will work with staff, of course, in good faith to try to be as responsive as possible. If it's not inappropriate, we'd like to offer the members of the board a token to deepen your already existing commitment to the memorial. We give these out to our friends and certainly consider all of you to be counted among them. Thank you very much.
And Jacob, as we emphasize, do work with staff. They're incredibly helpful and positive about opportunities to improve projects. And they're ultimately our advocate, but your advocate as well.
Thank you. No, we all got a sense of the positivity of the comments, and the staff, in fact, the city in general has been nothing but extraordinary partners in this. So thank you, and thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application on the agenda is DRB 21-0703. This is 1671 West Avenue. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new stormwater treatment center system and its components within reconstructed parking lots. This application last came before the board on January 4th of this year and was continued to a date certain of today. No major changes have taken place with the application. However, the materials were a primary concern of the board when this was last heard in January. The city has now presented a material sample of the screening material and has updated their presentation. With that, I'll turn it over to representative to introduce the application.
Hello.
I see none.
Oh, and then how much time? I wasn't on the mic, sorry about that.
10 minutes?
I think 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes is enough.
We'll try 10. Thank you.
Are we ready? Good morning. My name's Jose Caraballo. I'm the civil engineer on this project, and this is Michael Fisher, the contractor. This is a design build for the city of Miami Beach, and this is our second visit here. So our presentation, if you can cue it up, our presentation is driven towards the questions that the committee had, the direct questions that they had during our first time around. So next slide, please. So we're going to go quickly through a brief history of the project because it has been multiple years since the idea of this project came up to the city to where we're at right now. We want to go through the existing conditions, again, the photographs, the proposed conditions, which have not changed. We've just enhanced them with artist renderings and different views of that nature so that we could understand the above ground components. And then we're going to go through the materials, mainly this screen up here, and you'll see how it applies in the project. So I just want to hand it off to Michael right now. He'll give you the history.
Good morning. This contract was awarded in March of 17, and the pump station, which is the water treatment system, which is the subject of today's meeting, was at that time designed for a 5-year flood event, and it housed 3 20,000 GPM pumps for 60,000 GPM capacity. When we were around 60% complete with design, the project was paused. The ULI and Rockefeller Institute were brought in to study the entire West Avenue project, and they made some recommendations. The community got involved in a big way with us, with staff, and what we were looking at was making sidewalks wider, providing bike lanes, more green space, more trees, and upgrades to the street ends. When you do that, one of the consequences, one of the compromises is loss of parking. So you're going to see that further down the road. It's just a fact of life. We moved forward with the process, and we were asked to upgrade the pump station to a 10-year service life. That meant the pump station doubled to 120,000 GPM. Much larger pump station. Moving down the road, as we were moving forward with our design, local residents, and next slide please, had some questions about where the pump station was located to the end of Lincoln Road. And there were a lot of analysis done on our part. We looked at variable areas to go, and at this juncture, which is around September, October of 19, we were 90% designed. We had picked a location along Lincoln Road, which we call the median concept. We were approved to move forward with that. There was further resistance by the local residents who participated in presentations about where we could place this pump station. At the end of the day, it was decided to move the pump station to the 1671 parking lot, as you know. In addition, water quality issues were raised and additional structures were added to the right-of-way, which you'll see in the next presentation. And that brings us where we are today in front of you to gain approval to move forward with the installation of that water treatment system. Jose?
Thank you, Michael. Next slide, please. So this project and the history Michael just gave you is the entire project West Avenue from 8th Street to Lincoln Road, and then the addition over at 1671 West Avenue. Today in this meeting, we're just talking about 1671 West Avenue, which houses the actual pump station, which is the mechanical features underground, and then the above ground control panels, generator, the power sources, I guess you could call them. So again, on the screen is the parking lot that we have been approved to use, which is 1671 West Avenue. It's behind Ceviche 105, behind that commercial district. It's 3 cells of parking because the 4th one is actually owned by the building next door. Next slide. So we did a survey of it, and again, just to describe the 3 cells, this is what we're working in. We're working within the confines under our contract, just within the parking lot. We're going to do some work on the street for underground utility, but that street has already been upgraded, and so it's the main work that we're talking about here is inside the parking lot. Next slide. Next slide. So again, to recap, one more. To recap, this is the parking lot as it exists, and I'm sure everyone here has visited it. Next slide. It's a basic, at grade parking lot. Next slide. It has its issues, some ponding, some flooding in it. Next slide. But it's heavy on asphalt, heavy on concrete. It's got its typical lighting, very light on landscaping, maximizing the parking space, which is, I guess, a good thing for the neighborhood. It's needed. Next slide. Next slide. So here we're going to jump right into the artist renderings. We're planning on what we had shown you before has not changed. We're going to maintain 3 cells. It's really 2.5 cells with, we're trying to make mobility and keep the equipment to the back end near Alton Court, the above-ground equipment, so that when you're on West Avenue, between the landscaping and the distance, it I guess shadows it or kind of hides it a little bit from view. And then we added this, we have an architect that created this mangrove concept to try to screen it even more. So at least if they look at it, it looks like something, not just a gray box. Next slide. Now, as you can see, we have two units that we're really trying to depict here. The unit to the left, that's more rectangular in front of us, is, this is a view from West Avenue, dead center of the parking lot, the middle cell. That is where the electrical control panels go. They have to be elevated due to storm surge, potential storm surge, so that the system keeps operating in that event that happens, in a major event. So the screening, we did it to the height of the panel, no higher, just to be able to block off the maximum of the area. And the facility or the unit to the right is the generator. This is a 120,000 gallon a minute system, so the generator is rather large, and it has it's a hybrid, so it has a belly tank, which makes it a little taller. Next slide. So again, the layout hasn't changed. We're trying to honor or maintain the maximum.
I'm going to sorry. I had trouble reading the plan, so could you specifically point out to me the Florida Power and Light and what it will look like, as well as the other two containers, objects that are there, including the generator?
Sure. So,
and then all the red dots, everybody, that's all, you can't see any of that because it's underground?
Absolutely. I'll walk you through it. So everything in red, everything in red right now that you see on this in the drawing that you have, if you zoom in, everything in red is underground, and those are hatches. Those round rectangles and circles are basically similar to what you see on the roadway for sanitary sewer manholes. So it's access ways. You could drive on top of them. You could park on top of them. They're rated for heavy load of trucks, not just vehicular traffic. So they're made to have vehicles park on top of them, but they're flat surface hatches or manholes, the round manholes on the ground. Now, if we're moving from left to right in the drawing, right dead center, the first square that says electrical panels, this is a platform that has a staircase inside, so it's going to be surrounded by the screening. The screening is not. This would be the screen. This is just a 3x3 piece. It would be from ground to the top, where it houses the staircase that goes inside. So you can't see the staircase that goes up to the electrical panel, because the electrical panel is raised about 4 feet off the ground, and so it will have a staircase, but inside the screening system, so you won't be able to see it. And in there is all the electrical gear that's involved in this. Panels and transformers and stuff like that to manage this system. Now the system just below it that says generator, that is a large it's like a single unit generator, so it has the tank, the fuel tank under it, the generator sits on top, and it has a custom housing that is rated to reduce the decibel level when it does fire up, because it is a internal combustion type engine, so it could get noisy. So that housing is designed to muffle the sound to I think it's 40 decibels? 40 decibels, which is rather low. Again, that thing only turns on once a month for maintenance, or in the event of a serious emergency where power is out completely.
And what does it look like?
Well, it looks like a rectangular box, to be honest with you. It's a rectangular box. It has a portion of it that kind of juts out a little above, almost like in those U-Haul's mom's attic type thing.
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay. And then the FPL vault follows FPL's standards of, it's a white stucco building. We were trying not to put the screening around it because it was hidden behind the panel, so the only place where you really see it is from Alton Court, which is an alley for deliveries and for those type of activities. And that's, I mean, did that help you out with the?
Yeah, so you have three different objects and they all look different.
I guess you could say that, yeah, they're three different objects, they're not all the same shape.
How else would you describe it?
What's that?
How else would you describe it?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying, so we're trying to screen these objects and we came up with this concept, which honestly, this concept was come up with the plan of that there's going to be more of these in Miami Beach, and so maybe each neighborhood could get their own special design to kind of brand the neighborhood. And so that's those, but yeah, you're right. They're all have their distinct shape. I guess, can we bring up the slides and you can see some architectural elevations? Next slide, please. So here are some architectural elevations where you see the same concept. This is, I'm sorry, I can barely see. This is facing, the top one is facing east, and the bottom one is facing north. So it's facing towards, I guess, the canal area, or the Trader Joe's area. Again, you're absolutely right. These are different shaped items, and we're trying to put as many trees in front of them and also do the screening system to at least cover them up. We really can't change the shape of them, so we just got to try to screen them as best we can. Now, you did have a couple of questions that I wanted to touch on, and one of them was you all were asking if we can do the same aluminum screening so that it matches the electrical panel with the generator. There's a slight, there's two ways we can do that. We can either hang it on the housing, attach it to the housing directly, which is going to reduce or eliminate its noise reduction efforts, or we can make the platform larger, which will eliminate landscaping from around the generator, because there's only a limited amount of space, and either we lose landscaping or we lose parking. And so we have those. So we're kind of going with still the wrap. We're suggesting the wrap, and maybe we could, if it's not enough trees, we could add more trees, I guess, and try to.
The wrap would be in this pattern.
The wrap would match the exact pattern, correct. But we do have a trade-off there, and we didn't want to trade off parking nor landscaping for this screening material. Now, the next question you asked is, could we color the electrical platform interior, which is, there's no walls to it. So once you pass the screen, it's just panels. It's just panels and electrical components and stuff like that. And you ask, could we color it, or could we paint it, not color it? Could we paint it the same color as the screening? And absolutely, it could be painted the same color as the screening. It could also be painted white or maintained a polished steel color, which would maybe give it a little bit of contrast between the screening panel and the background. Obviously, not make it a shocking, color, but some type of a contrast. And then the next question you guys asked was, can we raise the parking lot? Based on that the road is being raised and all that. And yes, the answer is we can raise the parking lot, but there's no code that tells us, because it's not a habitable space, that we need to necessarily raise the parking lot. If we raise the parking lot, there's a negative repercussion to that, which is we're probably going to lose about 12 parking spaces from what we have in the proposed. So what we've already whittled down to, we'll lose even more, because raising the parking lot will create a transition point at Alton Court that because it's so narrow, we cannot get over that hurdle. So we'd have to eliminate the flow through Alton Court to circulate. So we'd have to circulate in front of the panels, which would reduce on either the south and the north end. It would reduce about 6 parking spaces to each side for a total of 12. So we can do it, but we don't feel that it's necessary, because we're putting a very large pump station under. So if we're concerned about the parking lot itself flooding, there's drainage that connects directly to that pump station. And the closer you are, the more effective the pump station becomes to moving your water out of the way hydraulically. So we feel that with the added drainage that we have with the pump station, we can make sure to keep that parking lot the driest in the area. And then I'd like to add one thing because it is a big topic for all of us and we want to be very transparent. Next slide. Next slide. One more. This table. The top part of this table is this project. And what I mean by the top part, it says parking lot. The parking lot currently has 57 parking spaces. This is not including, there's 2 slots for scooters, which the beach has some spots for that. This is 57 automobile parking spaces, including handicap. Our proposed parking is going to reduce it by 15 to be able to add these components and add that circulation. The one under it, all that long laundry list of streets, is we broke it out into individual streets so that you could see the comparison of, again, the same thing, existing parking to proposed parking. And I bring this up not because this is a right-of-way conversation, but just for the sake of transparency over the whole project, trying to keep the whole project as one unit so everybody understands what's going on. There is this loss of parking spaces was directed through the design, through the different points that Michael discussed during the history of the design, how we got to that point. And yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. I mean, it's not necessarily something that's for this topic, but it's there, and so you guys could see it because it has been a question that has been asked over and over again from city residents. I think that's what we got right now, unless we could start addressing more questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone from the public wish to speak at this time? Please come forward or raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, then I see no one in the audience, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment. Jason?
Sure, I'll start. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I commend the city and the design team for addressing such a, like, this has been going on for a really long time. And, you know, we need to find a way to get these things approved and moving. We certainly don't want the design review board to be yet another huge hurdle after the multiple hurdles and years that you've been working on this project. For me, the big plus is, like, thank goodness it's like on this alley in the back of a parking lot, not in the middle of a street like some of the other pump stations, which are much more visible to the neighbors because everybody drives right by it. So I understand you have a really complicated program because you have this FP&L vault that's not there right now.
No.
Right, so that's going in there. And then you have these other very mechanical systems that are going in that we're trying to kind of mask within this environment. So I know it's complicated. I think for us, at least, for me, the presentation, I understand what the chair has said. Like, it's a little hard to understand exactly what all this stuff is. And I know the FP&L vault isn't there, but maybe some pictures of what this vault would kind of look like from a similar vault would be super helpful. So it would be really easy for us to understand these 3 components here. I mean, I kind of get it now, and I was kind of thinking, like, could we just put a screen around all of it, you know, or at least around the, like you had said, the electrical and the generator? But of course, I do understand you would lose, I understand you lose landscaping because you have to have clearances between the generator, and I get all of that because I install generators on projects all the time, and then your electrical panel. So I think we're trying to basically make the best solution we can for these very mechanical systems that are here. So I think the metal screen, I think it's a great idea. I understand you have to keep everything open air, and it's the panels, and so I think this is a good solution. Would I like to see maybe another metal screen around the generator? I would prefer that, but I do understand why it's a film right now, and I understand, you know, the matching, and it's going to be similar but different. I think landscaping, the more you can get in there and put around this thing to make it look like a bunch of trees or whatever it is maybe the best thing. But there's only so much I think we can do. This is my opinion, and I'll just say it to the board and to the city, to make these things look super attractive. I mean, it is what it is, and the more you spend to mask it, the more space you're taking, the more spaces we're losing. So it's kind of like this mixture of a utilitarian product that has to be here, and then kind of making it look as nice as we can make it look. And I appreciate the effort you've taken. I think it's pretty close to being there. I would just say, for me, it enhanced the landscaping. I understand about not raising the parking lot. I agree with you here. We don't want to lose any more. The good news is that the city has built many pay-for-place parking garages in this area, and around the city, I think maybe in preparation for things like this that are happening. So I know there's a big loss of spaces, but these are not resident spaces, right? These are pay by phone. Yeah.
Yeah, correct, pay by phone.
Right, okay.
What does the board think of having these aluminum screens a color? I mean, these are these are just anodized aluminum or what?
Yeah, the architect that we chose, that we have working on this, he picked a color.
Oh, he did?
If you give me 1 second.
But this...
It's probably silver.
Don't you think we should see
Yeah,
that?
I mean, it's got a fancy name for silver. It's that one right there. That one's painted.
Oh, this is
That
already
one's
a
painted.
color.
That one's
Oh, this
painted.
is already a color.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
I
one is
see.
already, this side is painted. We're gonna powder coat it,
Probably powder
but
coat it.
we're running out of time, so we had them, the guys paint it. It's supposed to be powder coated at the end. It's just the time we weren't gonna get the product to you in time with the powder coating process.
Sarah, what do you think?
They call it Duranar XL,
Yeah.
Arcadia Silver.
But if they're going to powder coat, it could be any color, probably, yes.
Yeah.
You
Right,
can do it.
so I didn't know, I mean, if this was just raw aluminum, that's one thing, but now if you're gonna paint it, I'm not sure you would paint it the same color as aluminum.
I regret that I didn't think about this last time. Knowing that what do I want to say? If you color something, it's going to bring attention to itself. And as I was listening to the presentation, I was thinking, moving forward, you said you're going to be installing these in other neighborhoods and everything. Like, this would be such a great opportunity, and I know we're way past this point, probably with this one, to do like art in public places, get artists involved, have this be like to make it more interesting. Like, essentially, this is a blank wall that we want to make prettier. And, if we did it more artistically, I don't know if, it's something that the city is necessarily doing, but there are people out there that could. So I think though for this one, I mean, nothing personal, like this is just, a design of lines. Like, I don't know how much I want to bring attention to it.
But
I don't know how decorative and lovely this is that I want it to be like flamingo pink. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, it's kind of, there's a lot of effort into this kind of, I mean, it's not a pattern we have, it's kind of a Jackson Pollock pattern.
Well, it's the reference to the mangroves, right? I think, or something?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. Now, the architect we used and he came up with the concept, or he was thinking along the same lines of what you're talking about. There's going to be more of these, not under our contract, but we know that sea level rise is a thing, and there's a program that Miami Beach is trying to implement. And the challenge of hiding these pieces of equipment, granted, we came up with the mangrove concept, but the concept is kind of an art in public places concept. We do need enough free space so that the wind doesn't create too much of a load on these screens, and it also gets circulation for these the electrical equipment to not overheat. But the concept is, yes, what you're saying, art in public places. Maybe we hit it, maybe we didn't, but that was the idea.
No, I think that, I think of the bridge, the Daniel Buren Bridge that eventually is going to arrive in our city. And I mean, I don't need anybody that high profile, but, to take advantage of and to say, listen, these are, going to be essentially blocks that are huge blocks that are just going to be deposited throughout our city. Mm-hmm. Here's a great opportunity. I think of, it's been many years, but I think of when I went to Barcelona, and one of the things that made that city so charming is it seemed like wherever you turn, there were just public art everywhere. And here, to me, is a fantastic opportunity for something like that moving forward. And I know that, we have structures set up within the city government to make that happen. I don't know if it would be interesting, like for this one, to have the architect or designer say, okay, here is our grid, and then maybe make an interesting design of different colors on this to make it stand out, to make it look more artistic, as opposed to it just being this plain white, an attempt to blend in, which I don't know. I don't know if it really can because it's big, but I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Sarah,
I don't think I'm solving any issues.
No, what I was trying to make when we were talking about the plan is to clarify exactly what it is that's going to be there. Isn't just this. There's two other objects that are actually bigger than, combined, bigger than this. The real solution is to design all three of them and to work together as one. And even if it comes down to all being the same color, that would be a big start. Or all the same height, or all look like they were built to be with each other as opposed to three strangers standing at the alley, hanging out.
Right. All you're giving us.
That's what that's what I see right now. Is that
Like, could you bring up I guess it's slide number 16? Which is just a rendering that shows, the three blocks. I mean, I guess that's the closest. Somebody in there? It's, yeah.
The third block is
two.
behind.
Which I think is the closest that you're
Is the
providing.
FP&L vault back there.
Like, this is essentially, well,
You know what the problem is? The plan is not very clear.
I think that's what
I
we're
mean,
sort of
number
getting at.
15 should be very clear. I mean, I'm looking at it, I can barely read it, first of all. So,
one option is to take Sarah's idea about a graphic program, an artistic program, and make all three solid walls and create murals that worked and told a story. That would be, and it would be out of your hands then, in a funny way.
Yeah, I'm an
It would be in the
engineer.
public realm. There would be a whole nother group of people having to go to committees, and go to hearings and so on. But it would, in the end, probably be something the neighborhood would appreciate and could tell a story about the flood or tell a story about how we're all going to have to build an ark one day or something. I don't know.
Or something more optimistic.
I would though caution about going with the art in public places, because there's a whole process to that and time frame, and that goes back to the board. I think it's 2 meetings that happens, so.
You're sounding bureaucratic. What
Yeah,
I want to bring is 20th Street. 20th Street right next to Publix. You're familiar with that. It's a median solution, right in the middle of the road. And when they first put it in, I said, oh my God, is that ugly? That's just terrible. I can't believe that the city would do that. A year or two later, you come by, and there's been an artistic enclosure placed around the whole thing, and it looks great. It took 2 years, but it looks great. I think that there may be a way to approach this. If it's going to keep repeating itself time after time, we have to find a way that it can be adaptive to the neighborhoods and the locations and to maybe interests of the local people.
I agree
Yeah,
with
but
you.
in this case, you're going to lose parking, which is really sacred in
Why
this
would we,
area.
I'm sorry, making an enclosure for your equipment would lose parking?
You would, because the enclosure has to be supported by a structure, and that structure has to be designed.
But you're making a
so
case
it's-
not to do what we were suggesting, right?
Pardon me?
You're making a case not to do what we're suggesting.
I'm not making that case.
Okay, then then I think you could design an enclosure that could be self-supportive
We could, yes.
without losing parking.
I don't think so. What do you think?
We'd have to
We'd have to study that.
remove the walkway that goes between them.
No, I didn't say enclose all of it.
Oh, okay.
You'd have 3 different objects still, or 2, you'd have 2, because you can marry with it, the Florida Power and Light one.
Yeah,
But then you'd have the one on the other side of the public pedestrian walkway,
so we would enclose.
which
all-
is already an enclosure, right? If you come,
It is an enclosure. The generator already has an enclosure on it. And
If you put a structure around the generator, you'll need space.
no,
for that.
I'm not suggesting that. Generator already has an enclosure, which possibly could be painted or
I see what you're saying.
muralized or something.
I'm going along with you. now.
And
Yeah,
they're
that
doing
one
a
could
wrap
be
on the
painted.
generator.
It could be, the enclosure for the generator is a metal, what kind of metal? Just a stainless steel?
And that's what
product?
you're talking about, wrapping with the design that
Yeah,
looks like
but-
the metal.
But if your idea were to, instead of wrap it with this type of design, have an artistic component to it, and even, like I explained, it's like a rectangle with a little mom's attic type thing, like the U-Hauls, you can enclose the bottom with a structure that doesn't hold any weight or anything, just to not have it this goofy design. And yeah, you can create art around that because that has its own cooling system already, and that enclosure is designed for that. And you could paint whatever you want on the outside or wrap it or whatever you want.
So I think what we're sort of getting at here is this design could be a little bit more inspired, and I'm also, I can see how that's going to work around one section, but then this generator with the wrap, I think we have no point of reference of what that's going to look like. And especially if there's going to be areas that are exposed, now you're talking about, and I think that's why what we're saying too about how this seems a little bit incomplete. I mean, yeah, I feel like the design could be a little bit more inspired, but I don't know. Yeah, and I think that's why we just keep talking about it. But I also want this project to move forward. I have one little question that, and maybe it's just a mistake in the rendering, but there's one rendering that shows at the entrance to a parking lot, a gate. Are you gonna add that?
We were going to add that gate. That gate is not to make the parking lot private. That gate is always open, and we could remove it, but the idea behind the gate is if the pump station needs maintenance on July 3rd, on July 2nd in the evening, they could lower the gate. You still have access to exit, but no one can enter, so that it isolates it, so that in the morning all the spaces are clear for maintenance purposes, so that they could clean the structures underground and all that. Make sure that they're operating right, pump the Tesla pumps.
That's tons.
Because if you have a car parked on top of the units, then they won't be able to access the gear.
The other little question I had, and again, it's just, loss of parking, and I really appreciate that table at the end. Loss of parking makes me itch a little bit. I don't know if it's just maybe one more spot, but instead of to the immediate south of the generator, there's all this landscaping. Could that be a parallel spot, or is there not enough space?
That's gonna be tough with Barry. He's a big tree guy. We were trying to maximize the land. I mean, I'm sure we could do it. I'm 100% sure we could do it. We were just trying to maximize the landscaping in the area, especially around the generator. That was the most sore of subjects because of its size, its height, and that, we're thinking of wrapping it, not putting the metal.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If we're gonna make it decorative,
Yeah.
then obviously not hiding it. I don't know how my other board members feel, but I'm very pro additional parking.
I am
and
sure we could add probably
less
2
landscaping.
spaces there, is what it looks like.
If you're wrapping the whole rectangle, why do you have landscape around it?
Because we were wrapping it, we're wrapping it with this screen, and we've been hearing a lot of pushback about about the design and the screening.
Because those are, let me see. Those are some type of stoppers. I don't know the size. Let me see if I can find it.
Those are,
Eugenia Fuetida, but it's a stopper, but
no.
6 to 7 feet high.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the generator is 15, I think.
It doesn't make any sense to plant a 7-foot high hedge, which possibly could go higher in front of the screen.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, we've gone back and forth with this how to disguise. It's almost like it's the feeling of disguising what's going on here.
I would just point to the prior presentation over at the Holocaust. We installed a generator there, right adjacent to where you're putting the new buildings. And we put a fence around the generator. This generator is a little smaller than this one. And we planted trees around the entire perimeter. We have the space within the botanical gardens. But if you noticed from that presentation, you could see the generator sitting next to it. So we disguised it with landscaping. So our thought was, yeah, we're going to wrap it, but let's have the ambiance of the trees surrounding the generator at the same time. That was what our thinking was.
It's not trees, it's a hedge.
We can change the type of tree if you,
I mean,
if you have a suggestion.
I just think it's a shame to spend the money in the screening and that and place 7-foot high hedge around it, covering it.
Yeah, in the case of the memorial, they were not hedges, they were trees that we placed there.
Yeah.
and they grow to about 15, 20 feet. But when we planted them, they were 12 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet high. I don't know how tall they are now.
I think though that there's a lot of questions about, do we make this an art piece or do we
Right,
hide it with trees?
right. Yeah, we were not thinking about an art piece at the time.
And just remember, guys, it's in an alley in the back of a parking lot. So, I mean, to be honest with you, like, let's get it as good as we can. If we want to instruct them to get rid of some of the landscaping and put it in the parking space, I think someone should, make a motion with some work with staff things. And, I mean, we can't see this again. I mean, this is ridiculous.
And it is the delivery point for, that alley is used mainly for deliveries. A lot of delivery trucks to Trader
We've all been
Joe's
there.
and-
We have,
yeah.
everybody here knows that lot. Yeah.
Which is why I think parking is but I completely agree with Jason that we need to move on.
Okay, so let's throw together some comments to work with that. I put forward the notion that they all want to be part of the family vision or like, and all be designed to work together. It could be an art project or it could just be.
Hey, Jim, I think your mic is off.
Thank you. I put forth the motion that do everything you can to make all three work together as one through either, or in addition to just color, the height. One might have that material surrounding it. All the equipment inside, if you can see it from the outside, has to be the same color as the inside and the outside have to be the same color. Maybe the heights should all be the same, or they somehow, if they step, they work together. I think you can work with staff on that.
Second. Did you just make a motion? Yes, right?
Yeah, I make that, I don't typically make motions, so go ahead and say you make the motion.
Okay, so I move to approve DRB application 21-0703 with the condition that the applicant will work with staff to create a unified concept for all three elements on the site, including the FP&L vault, the electrical panels, and the generator, unifying in a way with color, pattern, and height, but to work with staff on that for a more unified appearance, and then add an additional parking space, if possible, in the area adjacent to the generator.
And I would add the amendment that, if possible, to pursue an interest in an potential artistic project or
Maybe in the future.
in the future.
That concludes my motion.
I second.
Can I add just one last condition, that the parking striping be white instead of yellow? I just want to add that to clarify.
Striping?
The striping, yeah.
Sure.
So motion made
Accepted.
by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Ms. Keller Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
I would, then, because obviously this is something that's going to come before us again, I would recommend that in future presentations, if you could show us pictures of this where you have camouflaged the generator with trees, or where you have camouflaged it with fencing, so that we, from the get-go, can help you get it together. We were just having trouble envisioning what you're talking about, so that would help. And I don't know who even would be involved, but, moving forward is, using these as opportunities for artistic exploration as opposed to just fencing.
Yes, I mean, that was the concept that, when it was at the meeting concept that Mike and I were kicking around, there was even talked about maybe making a little pedestal for, local artists to
Yeah,
put
it's a
together a
great idea.
sculpture in front of it. Obviously, that was trying to mask the fact that we put it in the middle of the street.
I mean, even if you look at Wynwood, you can do a lot of really fantastic artworks and then put it as a wrap and wrap a generator with it.
Absolutely.
It doesn't necessarily have to be camouflaged if it's something interesting.
Absolutely.
That could be a whole program. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the city has resources that
Could
it could be
change,
something
like,
really
every 6
interesting.
months, every year.
And suddenly it becomes an innovative thing that Miami Beach is doing, that as other cities around the country are installing these things, look at that.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want me to take it? What do I do with this?
And Fernandez is going to introduce the next application.
The next item on the agenda, item 6, is DRB 210757, 394 South Hibiscus Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory to replace an existing pre-1942 architecturally significant residence. The staff report and draft final order can be found on page 55 of the agenda package. The applicant is proposing a new residence in a contemporary style that features an understory where the first fully enclosed habitable floor of the residence is designed at an elevation of 15 feet NGVT, or base flood elevation plus 5 feet of freeboard. The design intention is to create a larger, non-air-conditioned space below the main slab that serves as a usable outdoor recreational amenity and program feature for the owner. In this design, the project architect has incorporated an understory that is comprised of open-air covered lounges, parking, storages, and access to the main level, and features several courtyards that allow light to come through the top to the bottom, to that understory area. Staff is supportive of the proposed design and recommends the approval of the application. Here to present, we have the architectural team.
And good morning. Just before we start the presentation, are there any ex parte disclosures?
No.
Okay, and then just how much time, Mr. Chair?
15 minutes would be great, less.
How long?
15 or less, it's fine.
Let's try 10.
Okay.
We've had a chance to review it already, and
I know.
Of course.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Thank you again for having us. Very excited to show you this project. As we get set up here, I'd just like to show you the model that we have here. Can you see it pretty well?
We'll come
You guys can come down at any time, please, and look at it.
Presentation will come down.
Perfect, great. So I'd like to start off quickly with the concept behind, and I'm just going to step in front so I can point. Is this working? Yeah, great. So the home itself is on the water, and these are the front and rear. My design for this project here with my team was to create a space that utilized, I'm a big fan of materiality. I don't like stucco either. I think someone mentioned that earlier. Some of the other, like Mike Belush knows me, I've been working in the city for 20 years, even though I'm 42. It's crazy, but I just was reminded this morning, most of my buildings, or 90% of them, do not have any stucco. I just did a Corten steel project that was wonderfully pushed through by the building department, and everything it's beautiful, it's been done. And the material board is very important for me. The space is very important for me, the use of the understory. Again, in 2014, I was along with Rene Gonzalez, one of the first people to do an understory. It was at 121 West End Marino. It's a very, very cool, iconic, small, non-waterfront project, but I love the idea of pulling the ground plane underneath the house, of course, for resiliency, but also for the practicality of it as well. Also, too, when it comes to the design, I really wanted to maximize from the street, if you can see here, the setback of the building. We have met or exceeded all of the setbacks, so we have no variances, no design waivers. We just we've pushed the building way back more than we wanted to. The 2040 rule you guys know about on the front setbacks has been exceeded as well. So instead of doing the 30%, we did the entire second floor back another 5 feet. So again, as an architect who's been working here, I've seen so much changes, and I love to do buildings that are sensitive material-wise and spatially. I don't believe the house in any way encroaches or is overwhelming in size. I think, do we have a context photo, James, of the surrounding neighborhood? I just wanted to show you guys a little bit. We do have a very large building to the east of us that was permitted quite a while back. It's a larger lot than ours. It's a lot and a half. See, contextually, we tried to sort of minimize it, push it back from the street, and also to give a balance with cantilevers. And then with the understory, did a lot of good work to try to make it as as transparent and not opaque on the understory floor. You can see here, there's amazing amounts of porosity from east to west. And in the model, it's kind of cool. You can see, maybe James, you can just show them, how you can see from the front and from the back all the way through. So I'm making a virtual kind of floating home and tried to pull with this very, very oversized courtyard, the landscape all the way underneath the house and through. so that instead of what would be normally the case where this would be an elevated platform, at BFE, we were able to then create this as an open space for trees and circulation. We've used a couple of iconic elements you'll see here in one of the renderings. This is quite a spectacular design here where we've used the circulation as a crisscross. The client is Asian, and so we worked within a lot of auspicious symbolism, from the dragon to the X, which fits into their culture, and then utilizing, of course, the materiality of the beautiful travertine on the second floor. This wood here is, it's heat treated, and then it's used, it's kind of cool. They like compress it, heat it, age it, and then seal it so that it continues for, it's about a 20-year lifespan of the same exact color. And then on the understory level, you'll see the pervious surface area here. We've used a Cantera stone, which will be separated by gravel. So you can have your, I believe we have here like a patio sitting area, et cetera, et cetera. The elevations of the building, as you can see, on the front and back, express a little bit more of a dynamics sensitivity. Again, I'll just go back to the rear here again, and I'll move this one here. And this is kind of the last really interesting feature we did, is we raised the pool to the level of an actual sunken living room. So the view, this is an actual view at the elevation from the living room over the first pool, which is in plan. You can see it, thank you. Is right here, so that view is looking across this way. But we did, on the rear, we did do actually about 30 feet of openness underneath. So the roof deck, we are 30% under. We made a much smaller roof deck, set back. Yes, the building, we're really proud of it, but it conforms with the code completely, and we just, we're here to present to you and show your ideas and take questions.
And no elevator to the roof?
No. Did not want that. I think they're ugly. I think they destroy the roof line of the home. I understand them for people, and it's not a jibe at the elevator, but I don't like them.
Okay, does anyone from the public wish to speak at this time? Please come forward or raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised?
And I see no one from the public, so I'm going to close the public portion and hand it over to the board for comment. Sarah? Let's all take a look. Yeah.
Yeah, please come down and take a look at the model. Handle it as much as you want. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough.
Did you build this in-house?
Yes. Yeah, we do, half of it's lasered and half of it's done by hand. That's why you get this kind of cool, still, old school vibe to it. But,
Is this open here?
Yes, this is I hate AC pens that are ugly and exposed. So I extended the AC pen here as part of the facade, but it's open, of course, to the air for ventilation.
So tell me, yeah.
We do these for every project.
We didn't even have to ask you. I don't know why clients don't all want them on.
It's funny because the client at the end, this is what they cherish most about the project before it's built. The plans don't know why. This is a really cool stair concept because the family is Asian, they're Chinese. They have a very big separation of family values. So this is the private space. Yes, it's kind of like a treehouse up here, front and back. So this access gives them access to their guest wing, and this access gives them access to their home family network where their daughters live, which we turned
make
into.
Sure if you say anything, you need to stay on the mic. Still need to stay on the mic.
Sorry.
Can I make a comment?
Into a mic.
Oh, my comment. I like the idea of the stairs formally, but I'm just curious. It is taking up a lot of space in the courtyard. So, are they aware of that? I mean,
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Yeah.
I'll speak into a mic so that we get that.
Let me get one in
Of course, sorry.
at the same time.
Sure.
And that was one of my concerns, the two palms right here.
Uh-huh.
That
There-
are shown in the plan.
Yeah, there's one palm here and one palm here. They're on either side.
There's two here and one here.
Oh, okay. Well, I would make them move them if you would like them, but I think
No, it's
my
not that I
idea-
like them, it's just that how are they going to fit?
well, they have to be craned in for one. but let me respond to your question first. The beauty of the large courtyard was to bring light down into the understory, right? First of all, that's an unusual move by us, and we've done that to try to promote the idea of the understory because I love the understory, and I think it's terrible when this gets covered. My problem is I need to also activate this courtyard because I had to prove to my design-wise, and that's why the stairs are there. The stairs are part of the architectural element. As to the tree, I completely agree with you. It depends on, if it was high enough when it was planted, it would be great, but otherwise the head of the tree will be here and here. But that's something we can change on the landscape. Yeah.
What's the orientation?
This is
solar orientation.
East, south.
North this way, right?
Yeah, it's kind of in a, this is not directly south, but this is slightly west of south.
I mean,
of course.
if you move this here, then you would have more space.
Yeah, it could be slid over.
You could even bring them
Both
together,
over.
like make a real X.
Yeah, well,
Pull the whole thing.
it's a great comment because one of the things was the vis-a-vis. If you've noticed, the stairs are opaque on their outer edge. So this amazing idea of this transversal up and down is what we wanted to play off of. And we felt if they were too close, but we talked about that. Funny enough, your comment is well taken because in the beginning they were much closer. But then we liked this idea of like these people going up and people coming down. And you need a certain distance. Like it's from here maybe to the Miami Beach logo. It's not that far, but it's enough to put a tree.
But I would share Alex's comment about maybe creating, what doesn't exist now is a place. These are three separate, if these were pulled apart and actually made a room out of their interaction.
I mean, even if you, I mean, look, you can do what you want, but I mean.
I love this dialogue.
This here, then they would.
And then create a larger space.
Bigger space in there.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because the client had said, well, what if we plant a tree in there? And I was like, okay, well, if you plant a tree, then you can't see this really cool movement, this, you know.
Real shit.
Yeah, but.
How big is this space from here to here?
Sorry? 15.
15?
Yeah, so it's from here to just over there. No, you could plant a very small tree, but yeah.
You could plant a pre-existing tree. Duchamp's nude ascending a staircase.
Yes, it's a gorgeous painting, yeah. Thank you, I'm really proud of it.
Okay, board. Are there additional comments? Sarah?
I have one comment, and I don't know how everybody else feels, but my only hesitation, and it's lovely, is that how do we, there's a lot of solid wall on this one side that's facing us, and that's the material, it's just, I don't know, how does everybody else feel about it? It's a lot of it. I mean, how long are those sections?
This section here is 20, I think it's like 24 feet, 25 feet? 25, yeah. Yeah, 25. They're quite small. I tried to, the roof line is going to have this really beautiful cap. Let me take this. I can't get around here. But I want to answer that question because I tried to do a horizontal stridation that would give some movement to the facade rather than, again, I hate stucco. I convinced my client to spend the money on the amount of material. When I was here with Mike looking at my other 221 East Toledo project, we had $500,000 in Corten steel, and we did it. But it was like it was so much pushing, but the idea was to use the material in a way that activates all sides of the building. So what I did was, this first top here has aluminum cap, then the actual slab, and it's slab material. We're not talking field tile. I mean, these are big pieces of stone. Then there's the recess, and then there's the louvers. So you're going to see this, this, and this. So to try to alleviate that, I was able to try to, and also programmatically, what you don't see, and I'm sorry because the model was a little bit difficult, is there is a window here behind the actual, so at night you will get this beautiful illumination. Here there's an AC closet, and here there's a bathroom, so it wasn't really the appropriate place. There's a powder bath there.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah on that. I mean, you can see it in your plans too, page 15, and you do see that hidden window in the front, but usually we would ask to see some break, some fenestration, something. You do have two big volume facades that are just solid. I understand the materiality. I'm super excited to see the variegation and the truth of materiality. But no doubt, this is elevated, then it's going to kind of be right there above the hedge. So,
But isn't that very big house is immediately to the left, right?
Yeah, but that's probably horrible.
I think
I have a wall.
if
right
there
there.
was a charming old house next door, I would say something, but I think it's already too late here. I mean, it's.
It depends if the house next to it has lots of windows facing 2 stories of wall. Like, that's what I'm trying to, but I don't know what the house next door looks like, but I think that's what we're trying to avoid. I would hate to have a house built right next to me where there's 2 stories of wall. Although the materials are beautiful, it's.
No, I completely understand. I would be able to put a similar window here if you think that what staff would recommend that to alleviate that, to give some balance. Also, to Sarah, to your response, one of the reasons why is this big courtyard is a massive gift to the next door neighbor without being patronizing, but it is, because he has this beautiful deep space and it mimics his unfortunately, it is a big wall. His house is just a big vertical. It's a box. But we tried to cut this through and make this space more.
No, I think you did a really nice job of breaking up the volumes. One of my concerns when the code was changed a little bit, that you could have, the top floor be the same size as the bottom floor, was that we would end up with these boxes. And this doesn't feel boxy to me. Like, there's a really good, I think, play of volumes and masses. That's why, it was just that one thing. Everything is clearly so well thought out and designed. That was just the one thing that stood out at me, and which is why I brought it up, as part of the board discussion.
Right, it's a really valid one. And a lot of my work in the office, my team, we are known for these kind of beautiful, sort of very stoic, clean architecture. So we try to reinforce that through proper materiality, good proportions, and use of detailing. But I think that adding a window here would actually maybe balance it out a little bit and make it, I agree with your suggestion to a point. I think adding anything too conspicuous also then might be redundant.
Yeah, I think something there. I mean, that darker section on the first floor, first floor is, it's 42 feet long, and it's probably 12 feet high. Yeah. So I think something there would be welcome.
Just in this box right here.
Yeah, something back there, I think. I don't know, or if it's, I don't want to muddle with the truth of materiality and the volumes that you have here, but make no doubt, they're 2 big blank slabs. I mean, it's there. You can't, it's the size of the size, whether it's black or white or stone or stucco.
You know what, too, the other side of that is so interesting. I'm confident that you can come up with a good solution.
I will.
So, yeah.
I promise to.
I make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Can I add the friendly amendment to work on what elevation is that? The east elevation to
the southeast.
the south to I don't know to
add transparency to it a little bit.
Thank you.
With pleasure. Yeah.
And work with your landscape architect about the palms.
Pleasure. With pleasure. Well, plants are living things, so when I go to do plants, I pick them in the field, and I'm like, I see it, Okay. But yes, definitely that distance will be great to put a tree in.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And go see 221 East Alito Drive. We just finished it. It's a very unusual home. It's cool, and there's no stucco.
It's too late for the memorial. Can we take a...
Michael, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break.
Okay, sure.
Okay, just 5 minutes, so that we'll be certainly here by about 18 of. Welcome back, everybody, to the DRB meeting on March 1st, 2022. We'll pick up where we left off on the agenda, and I'll turn it now over to Michael. Proceed.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next application begins on page 71 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0768. This is an application requesting design review approval for the renovation of existing six-story office building, including additional window openings on the west elevation. This is a pretty minor application. Currently, the building is surrounded on three sides by windows, and the west facade is primarily composed of a blank facade with some windows along the top and along the sides. The applicant is proposing to infill or continue the existing design of the windows from the other sides, wrapping around to the west elevation. We are recommending approval of the application, and just to note a correction, the staff report under the existing property, it is a six-story building, and what year was it constructed, Mickey?
1969.
1969, so I just want to put that on the record as a clarification or correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff.
Mr. Murrow, before we start, I just have to ask the
Yes.
board if there's any ex-party communications that need to be disclosed.
I see none.
None, and then time, Mr. Chair.
We're not going to need any extra time, I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we could put the presentation up on the screen. And again, Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burke Howardell Fernandez Larkin Tapinas at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me today are Victor Nieves from 15 Group, Oscar Venegas from OTJ Architects, and my colleague David Butter. Together we represent the 15 Group with regard to 801 Arthur Godfrey Road or 801 West 41st Street. I think you all know this building. As you come down the causeway heading east, it is widely known as the Terra Nova building, who they bought it from. And that building has been there as far as I can remember, coming to the beach. My dad actually worked there at one point in the 80s, so I used to visit it as a kid. If we can go to the next slide. So this is a rendering of what the building will look like after our proposal project is complete. And next slide. Is that? Okay, so, but here's the area again. I think everybody knows this building. It's on the north side of Arthur Godfrey Road as you head east on Arthur Godfrey. And there's some of the context photos. So here's the building, photos of the facades of the building. On three sides, you have windows on all the floors, kind of going from one end to the other, except the west facade, which sort of has an awkward blank facade. When 15 Group went to purchase the building, one of the first things that they saw as an opportunity was to improve the look of the building by completing the window treatment on that side. Next slide. And if Oscar can come up for a second, this is Oscar Venegas from OTJ Group. I'd like to just have him explain, what their design intent was and briefly go over the problem. Again, it's pretty simple, but we just want to go over it with you and answer any questions you might have.
Good afternoon, everybody. So basically what we're doing here is we want to bring the fenestration to the west facade to articulate the building on the sides. I think on the previous slides, we could all tell that this was a very blank face, and by bringing these windows will help articulate and basically generate a more dynamic facade. Can you please, next slide?
I think, 3 slides over is one.
Yes. So this is the current existing plan. You can see on the west facade the current CMU wall that we have. Next slide, please. And can you zoom into the west side a little bit, please, if it's possible? Now, those are the proposed windows location with the look-alike columns to match the existing facade elements, and so the building kind of reads as a whole. Next slide, please.
On Zoom.
On Zoom, yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
I think this one tells the best story here.
So here is more or less, of course, this is just a Photoshop image trying to show envision what the building would look like if we do the fenestration. I think the image speaks by itself. It just enhances and brings more articulation to the building rather than just having a blank wall. As a pedestrian level, as you approach the building, also vehicle level, you're moving, and this causeway is very prominent and is very used daily. I think it would enhance the entire area, or at least the neighborhood, but just adding those windows. Next slide, please. Again, these are existing conditions. We're going to match the color, and just to give you an idea what the facade looks like up close.
Next slide, please. Now, this is the existing concrete wall, CMU wall, sorry. So the intention right here is just to demo a portion of it, cast in place, and add the fenestration. Next slide, please. And this is the final product or design intention using the existing location and creating a lookalike window fenestration, again, keeping in mind the linearity of all the elements of the facade.
And then the last slide just kind of shows a black and white rendering.
Exactly. So that's how it will look as you drive. Of course, you have the building next to you. You're gonna kind of mask a portion of the second floor. But again, this is the whole idea, just to activate and bring a more cohesive design. I mean, with the existing design, basically, just about it.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So that concludes our presentation, just at 5 minutes. Happy to answer any questions you may have. And we're fine with all of staff's conditions in the report.
Anyone from the public wish to speak, either come forward or raise your hand online.
And there's nobody online, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I'll close the public portion and turn over the board for comment. I think it'll be a better looking building, but that's... Anybody have any comment or want to make a motion?
I agree. I should add, I think my grandfather designed this building, and the reason that it's that way is because it's funny, because there was the assumption that another building would be built next to it, and it never was. So I think that's, an interesting test of time. I'm in supportive of this as well. There's no other comments. I can make a motion to approve.
I second that motion.
Motion made by Ms. Garnelson, seconded by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, lunch is here. Would you like to take a break for lunch or do another application?
Okay. I think somebody left a tablet, so I don't know who. So who should I hand
You want
it
to bring
to?
it up here? I'll take it. Yeah, that's fine. If they come back. Okay, thank you.
Let's try one more, if they're here, and not keep them waiting.
Sure. The next applicant, I believe, is online. I'll read into the record the next application, which starts on page 83 of the board packages. Just 1 second. This is DRB 21-0779, also known as DRB 20-0424. This is 6948 to 6988 Abbott Avenue and 6957 to 6965 Byron Avenue. This is an application requesting modifications to a previously issued design review approval for the construction of a new multi-story mixed-use residential and retail development. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design review approval for modification to the placement and size of the tower, including associated modifications to the plans and elevations. As indicated in our staff report, this application was initially approved by the board on October 6th of 2020. The most significant modifications to the project now are due in part to, as indicated by the applicant, structural inefficiencies with a previously approved design. The addition of columns and the shortening of the north-south space of the tower led to the relocation of the tower 15 foot 4 inches northward in order to align with the driveways of the parking floors below. The design of the building has been modified by shifting the tower and associated floor plan modifications. Overall, the designs are similar. The design changes are similar to those approved previously. However, staff does have some additional recommendations to make these elevations more consistent with the original approval, including the following. We are recommending that on the west elevation at the southern corner, to align the vertical stucco banding and glazing that runs from the second floor to the mechanical rooftop. On the north elevation, we're recommending reintroducing glazing at each floor within the elevator vestibule to maintain the vertical band of glass that once defined that elevation. With that, we are supportive of the modifications proposed and are recommending that the application be approved. I believe we have the applicant online. The architect, Alfonso Gerardo.
And Mr. Chair, before we proceed and I swear in the witness, any ex parte communications that the board members need or wish to disclose at this time? Okay, and then, who's the gentleman? Mr. Gerardo?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning. Before we proceed, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you, and 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes, please. Alfonso, go ahead.
Do we have the presentation on the? Okay. Next slide.
The architect changed.
Okay, this slide just shows the general location of the project. We are 71st Street between Abbott and Byron. Next slide. Okay, these renderings show comparison side by side of the approved project on the left and the revised project on the right. As Michael mentioned, what prompted these changes were structural issues, trying to make the structure more efficient. One of the changes was the addition of an intermediate row of columns to shorten the span at the typical tower floor, which necessitated moving the tower 15 feet to the north. The second change was the stair on the east side of the east end of the tower was also a shear element for the tower. And due to the fact that there's a Target store on the ground floor and the parking and where the stair was coming through the parking, it was being transferred. And that transfer became very difficult to achieve in an efficient manner. So we took that stair all the way through at the location where it worked for both the Target and the parking, and extended the tower to the east to engage that stair core. So the previous tower was set back 25 feet. We are now setting back 10 feet to the stair, and then it recesses back another 5 feet to the building face. The next slide. This is the ground floor view. You can see one of the things that happened is the units on the ground floor, that treatment, because we eliminated, let me step back a second, to be able to reallocate the square footage so we did not exceed the FAR, and we kept the same gross floor area for each floor. We reduced the portion of the tower that turned. There was a dog leg that turned to the north. We reduced that and rebalanced the FAR, but relocating it on the east end. So that meant that that leg of the tower that projected to the north got reduced, and therefore those units no longer went all the way down. So we just extended the frame at the base northward to encompass that last unit. Next slide. And this is an aerial view from the north. You can see what Michael was referring to, the glazing at the elevator. We're in support. I mean, we'll in agreement with that, and we'll add that glazing to that elevator core. Next slide. Now, to the question on the west elevation, this is the previously approved. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see the proposed. Michael, I'm not sure that I understand the comment. I'm not sure which stucco band we need to bring up.
It's
Could you elaborate on that?
It's on the second and third floors where you have the windows are now in the same, I mean, you're on the same plane and the windows don't align with the tower above.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Hang on, let me annotate. I can't annotate. Yeah, okay, I see it now. I see it. Yeah, that window needs to be a little bit smaller, correct. Yeah, that's no problem. We'll fix that. I mean, I think that's really the gist of the presentation. If you guys have any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Alfonso. Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, so I'll close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment.
I can start.
Sarah?
Thank you. I have to say, I agree with a lot of the staff comments, and I think that the design was much more interesting and striking when you didn't have balconies, when it was just fenestration as opposed to fenestration and balconies on that north elevation. I don't know if that's, and I agree too that tower, you know, now it's a blank wall, and again, it was much more successful with the first, what you had originally. I also think if you look at, let's see, it's slide A5.1, or I guess it's 5 in the presentation. Bring it up, and that just shows, you know, the corners. There was a really interesting detail happening in the corner, I guess it's along Byron Avenue, and by extending the, I guess, the horizontal band, you lost that interesting detail. And it was it's in the area that you know, the city staff was talking about as well. But if it's at all possible, I think, you know, that was a really, for me, that was a really interesting, strong detail of the design.
Well, just if I may, regarding the question about the balconies on the north elevation, there were balconies there before.
No, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I thought that the original design was much stronger than what you're proposing now.
But relative to the balcony comment, though.
I mean, initially, there were only, I guess, if you look at it, there were, you know, 2, I guess, columns of balconies, and the rest was just fenestration. And then in the revised design, there's the whole side is full of balconies. Do you see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but if you look at the elevation A4.2 in the previously approved, there were balconies, I would say the same amount, pretty much.
I think you widened the balconies and added more windows.
Right. We did have more windows, yes.
With the removal of the windows in the elevator vestibules.
Right. Yes. So we will put those windows back in the elevator vestibule. I mean that blank elevation you see on the north elevation is basically the elevator core, and so we'll put those windows back there, and I think that'll help the rating of that core.
I'll try to clarify what I think is being said here. I'm looking at the 71st Street aerial view, sheet 05. It's two perspectives. The one on the left, I assume, is the original approved scheme. And just as a footnote, the elevator core where the glass is shown in that drawing did not have glass, and we made you come back, and we added the glass. To take it away, I think, is a step backwards, as Sarah said as well. Between that and going to your left, the first balconies occur towards the end of the building. Correct?
In the original
We're
design.
looking at the original, right, the original approved scheme from last year or the year before. And now you are adding balconies. So your comment, Sarah, is?
Oh, my comment is just that I like the design, the original approved design much better, that it was just more clean and interesting.
Without balconies.
Without balconies.
But if you look at the elevations, though, the elevations show balconies. So I think there was
the
a
confusion
disconnect
here is that
between
the north elevation that you're showing on sheet, let's see, this is A4.2. The north elevation has additional balconies shown that are not shown in the aerial, the bird's eye rendering that Mr. Bodner referenced. And that's the confusion here. How come?
Is it possible to put that drawing up? Drawing A5
A4.2?
no, A5.1, A5-1. 2 renderings.
I think it's the,
Page 5.
Keep going. It's towards the beginning of the presentation.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Is the drawing on the left-hand side the one that was approved?
Yeah, the left hand.
Without balconies?
Rendering. But if you look at the approved elevation, the elevation had balconies.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the approved DRB drawing on the left-hand side, which is a rendering, has no balconies in the middle portion of the building. If that's the drawing that was approved, there are no balconies.
Well, right, if you look at the elevation on 4.1.
I'm only looking at the drawing that we all are looking at right now. It's possible that one drawing is incorrect, but you have to go back to the original approval package, which I'm sure Michael can call up.
sure, I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna look for it now.
And Sarah, could you just touch on why you prefer it? Yeah.
I mean, I just think it's cleaner and more interesting, and especially not just on, the column sections without the balconies, also in the corner there, and the corner balconies go all the way down, and then there's that column. It's just a nice line. When the other one that you're proposing on it doesn't. It looks like every other condo building in the area. That's it. The other one, I think, had a lot more visual interest. That was just my point.
Also, if you refer to the plans, 8.3.5, there were balconies on that side. I think there was just a disconnect between the elevation and the renderings and the elevation and plans. But I think the intent was always to have balconies.
Are you saying that the design that we approved that is shown here, that's currently on the screen, is incorrect?
Well, I think the rendering might be. The plans and the elevation show balconies.
Actually, if you go to A4.2, it says approved, and I think there are balconies. The rendering is not correct. Or what, I don't know. Well, it's an approved rendering and an approved elevation, I think. And they're different, so I don't know what was approved, actually.
I guess.
Okay, I'm looking at the plans from the October 6, 2020 meeting, and there are balconies shown on the north elevation.
Are there?
So I believe that rendering, I'm looking for a rendering.
Actually, the rendering's totally wrong.
I believe the rendering's accurate in the expression of the glazing, because there is more glazing. You have a double set of windows with a third one, so you have these three a triptych organization of windows several times over, whereas it's been simplified. But it does have balconies.
It had balconettes in the center. It was balconettes, so they were not full balconies.
Balconettes.
Yeah.
I like that.
Basically,
But there was a rhythm to them, and they were spaced apart, and they didn't look like they cluttered up the whole facade.
Yeah, it just looks, I think it's a much more successful, interesting design without the balconies or balconettes or whatever that is. So that was my point.
Part of what is happening here is that the program or at least the layout of the units have changed as well.
Can we look at the proposed? The next slide. I mean, what we're doing is just providing more glazing. The balconies, from what I can tell in the plan, the balconies were there when it was previously approved. They were not balconettes. If you look at the plans, A3.5.
It just confuses it because you're showing us before and afters. We're looking at the renderings. We're looking at approved and revised. So I guess that's the first thing is, I guess if that approved rendering is incorrect, you should have corrected it so we could see what actually was approved so we can compare it to what you're proposing. So we wouldn't have to have this 25-minute conversation about, well, what was approved before. So I think that's, for us, the easiest way for us to understand what you're asking for right now is to look at these before and afters. They're very effective. It's much easier to know because this is what it's affecting the design that we review. So if the renderings are inconsistent with what's approved or what's proposed, that needs to be resolved. Otherwise, there's no point in us looking at any of this if we can't make sense of it.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so it looks like there was an error probably in the rendering of the initial approval, which showed the balconettes, because the plans show full balconies.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking more carefully at the rendering, and it really doesn't match the approved elevation either, in terms of the rhythm of narrow and wide glazing. If you look at, it's really not the same. It's not just the balconies, it's also A4.2 has a ABA narrow, then double window, then a narrow and double, it's 3 narrow vertical slots. Then if you look at the rendering, that's not how that's not what's shown on the rendering. So I don't know what takes precedence here, but.
I mean, if the board is comfortable with what the applicant's proposing, which is the balconies as shown now, the board can approve it. I mean, it's a matter of making sure that the plans proposed are consistent in plan and elevation and rendering.
Can I see your elevation again? I want to compare it to the plan. Sorry. So here's the plan. One, two.
Well, on the positive side, I do like the slab coming forward and locking into the horizontal bar part of the building. So I do think that is a positive feature.
What page are you looking at?
A03 Abbott Avenue Street View. So the left.
5.3, page 3 of the PDF.
So on the left, it's set back 25 feet. On the right, it comes forward. And there's a vertical that intersects the horizontal.
It's better.
So
Yeah,
that I
I
like.
agree.
I think that's better.
Yeah.
I agree too.
That's good. Okay.
Now, I also, 04, I think for the scale of the building, I think the right side is better.
I think with 04 that the bottom relates to sort of what I was talking about. I like the allegedly approved one better. So,
Right.
because it,
You like the breaking of scale. Okay.
I think it also does an interesting job of connecting the different sections of the building, that you have a horizontal and then you have a vertical that goes all the way up the tower and then you have another horizontal. I don't know why that needed to be changed as much, or I don't agree with that change.
Yeah, because especially since you
Can I
bring.
chime in on that?
Sure.
Yeah, the reason why they need to be changed is because that unit used to be part of the tower because the tower extended out north. It had a leg that extended north. So that one unit used to be part of the tower, and so therefore they expressed the tower coming down. Now that we have to reshuffle the FAR to keep the footprint of the floor plate the same, we reduce the length of that projection, right? So that unit now is a podium unit, not a tower unit. And that's why the frame was extended to encompass that unit, which is now no longer a tower unit.
But is that just a programmatic thing that can't be articulated differently on the facade? Like, I mean, because you're bringing down you brought the tower forward on Abbott Avenue and you're bringing it down. And now here, you end up moving the tower like up instead of down on this facade. And I think it seems a little inconsistent. I mean, could it still be articulated as part of the tower, even though it's part of the podium unit?
But why would we do that? Wouldn't you want to be more honest with it and just, if it's part of the podium, make it read as part of the podium?
You would do it because it's a better layout, proportion.
Yeah. I mean, is it still a condo unit? Like, what's behind there? Something different now?
It's a rental, no, it's still a unit, but that unit is no longer, that unit doesn't continue up on the tower, right? Because that portion of the tower was removed to be able to shuffle the square footage and maintain the same floor plate, right? Which we needed to do to be able to engage that stair core on the east side, right? And so that unit no longer continues up the building. It's not part of the tower. The tower stops short of where that unit starts. And so that unit becomes now part of the podium. It only happens in the podium.
Can I go back to the balconies for a minute? Just to keep the mouse running in the trap. If you look at the two elevations on 4.2, or the approved one and the new one, the approved one looks very clean in the sense that the way the balconies are organized and the space in between, and then there are two long ones, looks organized. The proposed looks disorganized. And that's because you've introduced a third type of balcony. You have the single balcony, you have the paired balcony or elongated balconies, and then you have now that are two balconies right next to each other that are split. And I'm looking at the plan as well to compare this. And that plan is A3-5. I wonder if you could arrange the layout of your balconies so that you went back to two types of balconies. And you did a single balcony. The rhythm would be single balcony, single balcony, single balcony, double balcony, and then an elongated balcony. So they would kind of build up as they reach the edge of the building. So what I think Sarah was trying to say is that one looks cleaner and more organized than the current proposed solution. And you might have to eliminate a balcony for a unit just to make the rhythm work.
But are you looking at the approved plan, right? A3.5?
I'm looking at A3-5, number 19.
Okay, so if you go to 18, which is the approved, you can see the rhythm of the balconies there. The actual rhythm, not shown on the elevation, on the rendering necessarily.
I understand, and that's what's clean about it. There's one balcony. Notice that there are units without balconies in this proposal. There's one balcony. I'm going from the left, north left to the right. One balcony, a room without a balcony, then one balcony, and then one balcony, and then a room without a balcony, and then a double balcony and a double balcony. So I think you could rearrange the balconies and maybe eliminate some of the balconies proposed on your new drawing and clean up the elevation, is how I believe I'm reading Sarah's comments.
And I think, Alfonso, the issue is with the balconies that you have some where the balconies are offset from the windows now and some that align with the windows. Where previously you had an equal arrangement of the balcony extending an equal distance up each side of a window or sliding glass door.
So this is probably a staff level, can be worked out if you, with the assumptions that you may have to eliminate a balcony for a room or two and to coordinate them with the windows, as Michael said.
Yeah, or it could be a matter of sliding, sliding over some of the sliding glass doors so that rather than moving the balcony, move the sliding glass door so it's centered on the balcony or has an equal distance to either side to be consistent with before. But I think we can work with them to make the balcony, the coordination of the balcony, window openings and door openings more consistent and regular in a manner consistent with the prior approval.
Understood.
Can we make a motion to approve that?
I'd like to make a motion to approve on the conditions that you work with staff to refine the north elevation, to create a better rhythm with the balconies. And I also would like to see some fenestration added back to that solid concrete tower, as recommended by staff.
We have that condition in there already.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Okay, we'd like to take a break for lunch here for, I'm going to say, 23 minutes. Returning at quarter of one. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, everybody. We are here in Miami Beach at City Hall, and we are going to resume the Design Review Board meeting here on March 1st, 2022. I'm going to turn over to Michael to introduce the next project.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, Fernandez can introduce the next application, which is for 2444 Prairie Avenue.
Good afternoon. The next item on the agenda is item number nine, DRB 21-0760244 Prairie Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family home to replace an existing architecturally significant pre-1942 residence. The staff report and draft final order can be found on page 97 of the agenda package. The applicant is proposing a new two-story residence that is designed in a modern, contemporary style of architecture. It's designed within the zoning thresholds and not seeking any waivers. Staff recommends the approval of the application with noted recommendations.
And before we start, Mr. Chair, just any disclosures from the board?
I see none.
Okay, thank you. And how much time will the
We'll need 10 minutes for the
10
presentation.
minutes? Okay, thank you.
Okay, good morning again, actually, good afternoon now. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of John and Renee Enright, who are behind me, the owners of this home. And with me today, Eduardo Shimosh, project architect, Pearson Tedeschi with Intelligent Construction, and my colleagues Matt Amster and David Butter, who've worked on this project with me. As Fernandez said, this is an application for a new single-family home to replace a home that was built in 1928. The existing home is built below base flood elevation and has a series of code violations that, coincidentally, Mr. Rothstein and I were working to resolve when they were buying the property. And all these alterations were done by the prior owner without a permit, so resolution hopefully can come through today. Essentially, just a little bit about the family. Renee and John are moving down here from Maryland. He's retiring as the deputy director of the Department of Housing and Urban Development in the state of Maryland. She was an educator there. Along with their family, including Renee's sister and brother, who are currently moving to Miami Beach, and Renee's parents, who are already here. The family's relocating, and they're all going to be basically walking distance from each other in this neighborhood around the golf course. So this home is a perfect location for them, and being designed with Eduardo's great help as a home that's going to really be a gathering place for the whole family. As Eduardo will explain just in a minute or so, the home was designed with the intent to really integrate the landscaping with the structure and work the outdoor spaces in a way that the family can gather And really, this home is going to be the gathering place for all the components of the family. We're very excited with this. We really enjoyed working with Eduardo and his team, and the family's been very, very, very involved in the process, and we're very excited to bring this home to you. With that, I would like Eduardo to go through the presentation, and if you all could put our present, and by the way, just a couple points. We have material samples in addition to what was in the presentation. With COVID, I know the touching and sharing of things is a little different than we used to do. If you all would like to see some of the materials, we're happy to pass them along at the end of the presentation. Otherwise, no worries, but they are here. So, Eduardo, if you could go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Mickey, for the introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here standing with you guys around. And thank you for receiving us today. Well, first off, I'd like to start saying that I'm not here only presenting a project, but really representing a family that really want to generate a house that will impact the community and the pedestrians walking by. So now that it's a growing family that it's coming into Miami, I believe it's a great opportunity to really basically take the best out of what we've discussed with the family and put in a project. I'd like to share a quote from a Finnish architect, Alvar Aalto, that you guys would know. And it says, "It is easier to build a grand opera than to build a personal house." And it's, in truth, a great challenge. Because as architects, the challenge is always how can we set out our egos aside and really understand the essence of the clients and try to enhance that and maximize that to its potential of design. So, to achieve this, the design process, it's natural, as we architects do. It's how much light or how much shadow should I use, how much solid or how much void should I use, how much enclosed spaces or how much open spaces shall we have. And here in this unique project, we wanted to think differently. We said, how can we generate a very open and connected house and have contained views and really maintain the privacy of a familiar residence. So we've named this house Casa Terra after House Terra from the conceptualization of an organic and modern architecture. And the key feature of this project is that landscape and architecture are one component and not two of each side and separated. So as we'll see, this is the first rendering, and this is the frontal facade. The idea, and maybe if we could help us to move to the second slide. So the idea for this project is to generate a lightweight fence that will open up a sculptural garden in the entrance. The planters are in different levels as platforms, and the idea is to generate a very open entrance and very open space for pedestrians to walk by and actually leave that space visually. So we're in a sense extending visual space to the city and trying to really envelop a great experience. The house, if we could.
Next slide.
Yeah, please. Next slide is fine. So this is the main entrance of the house, and the idea for the landscape design and the architecture to mesh together was these planters and these platforms and linear elements of landscape that will degrade in a way and diffuse the limits and boundaries of the plot. So in essence, you're kind of starting to lose yourself in a small jungle, and that's kind of the concept. We're using as you can see, this is the first courtyard we have, and it's a double height courtyard. Whenever you're inside of this space, the actual entrance would be to your right. So you are welcomed by this beautiful tree and this beautiful patio. So in a way, it enhances your experience from when you're starting to go into the project till where you are already inside of it. If we could skip to slide 18, please, and then I'll come back. Slide 19, please. Perfect. So as we can see, the geometry of this house is composed by two main double height courtyards to the north and the south of the house. And these both courtyards are generating views from all around the house into these courtyards and engaging exterior and interior constantly. It's a dialogue that's happening all the time, depending on which area of the house you are, depending on what's the sunlight will hit, what's the feeling, which kind of landscape you are seeing, and what's the feeling that we want to generate. As well, we have two terraces in the second level that complement as well the bedrooms. So we're trying to create this atmosphere that not getting into regular window openings, but really being drastic into huge openings as courtyards and kind of containing certain walls, knowing that the family, well, it's very enthusiastic for art. And that's one of the main reasons we want to keep as well certain elements that in the interior will have these nice areas that we will provide for emotional paintings as well. As you can see, if we can go one more slide, please. If you can see the rear yard as well, the concept is thought as this jungle that was already there, and we kind of put it a deck over the water and over the jungle, and suddenly this huge tree emanates with natural light and with LED light at night as well to provide different ambience. The accessory structure is floating on the pool in order for us to give a feeling not only as a conventional pool, but really as something that has been sitting there all day, and we're kind of respecting the natural elements. So this constant dialogue between the nature and the architecture, and as well the owner's requirements and the way they like to live it, it's been a constant challenge, and we've been trying to do the best we can. Now, if we could return to the slide number, I believe it was number 4. So we can appreciate the materiality that we're proposing. As Mickey said, we do have samples here if you'd like to see them. We're proposing that the materials will age as well as the landscape. We want for the corten steel to really weather out constantly, as it will be happening naturally, along with the vines and the trees and everything that will be growing there. So the idea is the house with the corten weathered steel and the micro cement with this concrete, basically timeless aesthetic, will really generate a very organic resemblance of the space. So we're trying to acquire this language. Thank you very much.
How much more time?
Oh, well.
Need more time? Take another minute.
Okay, thank you.
Or if not, I can conclude if you.
Well,
to you.
I'd like to conclude.
Okay, so
pass it to you.
Thank you, Eduardo.
One second.
Oh, no, you want to
Sorry.
conclude? Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to end with a thought, and it's something that I always see whenever we've been designing this project. And, you know, space is basically infinite. Like, there's so much space, it's countless. So whenever we contain the space, we actually create architecture. And that's the main concept of this house. It's not pasting things, but really composing things through sculptural elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. It's been a pleasure working with him because he's so passionate about this house and about the process. I just wanted to conclude very briefly, and thank you all for your time. I failed to mention in the beginning, the home is actually 43% unit area. It's only 4,400 square feet because, again, the integration of the outdoor spaces and the landscaping has been so important. Sometimes you see these homes that are seeking the absolute last square foot. Here is really the opposite. And we're not seeking any waivers or variances and are fully in agreement with all staff's recommendations, and we've spoken to them about the additional fenestration that's being considered, and we're happy to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward at this time or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
And I see no one in the audience, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment.
I can start.
Sarah, go ahead.
Sure. Oh, no, Zoanna, want to start? You really brought me on this journey with you, with your explanation and description and everything, and I want to be able to go there with you. I think this is an interesting design. The materials seem way too industrial to me to be able to say that this is an integration of nature and structure. Yeah, that was just my first impression, that what I saw what I saw initially when I looked at the presentation the other day, and then what you were saying, was a little bit different. And yeah, to me, this doesn't seem like there's a big integration of inside and outside. And I'd be eager to hear what, my other board members have to say. I would say the one, there's a lot of, uninterrupted walls of concrete. And even like the front facade, is that the front facade, is that the garage that's behind all the steel panels?
Yes.
That to me seems a little bit, I sort of want to say a little bit foreboding, like it's just going to read as very tall steel panels facing the street. And that gave me pause when I first looked at the design. So that was and then let me ask you a question too. In the rendering, you have a statue. Is that actually going to be there, or was that just a decorative element?
Well, that's basically a
placeholder?
It is in fact a statue in the rendering. It's not an actual sculpture that we have and we will put there, but it's an idea of having a piece there that will generate a focus attention there. Yeah.
I don't know if the other members of the board got the same impression.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a, in the front area, there are, overall the landscape plan is very nice. However, in the front area, you're missing the 4 triangles of visibility. And that's going to force you to rework the 2 areas at the entrance next to the sidewalk, because the palm and the lignum vitae are not going to be able to be there. So you're going to have David to rework that. Overall, everything else is fine.
Sarah, normally I agree with you, but here I don't really, because I think it's especially in the front, it's divided into very small volumes, and it also does not have an understory, which actually maybe I'm a little confused when you have to at this point and when you don't, because it seems people on the same island are doing understories. It's just a choice, or what?
An option.
It's an option. Choice. So I think when people don't do an understory, I think it's actually very good for the proportion of the house and its relationship to the neighbors, because you're doing like 8 or 9 feet less height. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's in the long run great if the sea rises, but it's very good in terms of the design. So and also it doesn't have that what we've been seeing as a kind of typical, boxy, super frame, which has become a kind of Miami vocabulary. So I think as kind of strong but small-ish volumes with tough materials, I think it's very successful. Also, just as something different, but I think this is very accomplished and artistically self-referential in a way that is, I don't think I need to, I don't see much that I, would, I don't see any major things I would question in terms of the design.
Thank you.
I would say, I think for me, it's really just that garage, just that one wall, I find it to be overpowering. And I don't know if it's the height or the materials, but the rest of it doesn't, I like it, in general. I don't know, it's just a lot right there. Yeah.
Where's the accent on the front? Oh, is that the, no, that's the back.
I have
An
one more.
accent of the front.
Orlando, you want?
Yeah, just one more comment. Tree number 9, which is in the right-of-way, disappeared.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Tree number 9
Yes, 1 second.
in the right-of-way.
Well, I believe
It needs to be either relocated or removed with Public Works.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll speak to, I mean, David, I think, is available on Zoom if we need to discuss, but we can certainly share that and get that resolved.
Yeah, it's a simple
Appreciate
thing.
it. No, of course. And I think just to Mr. Groland's point, just since we have a moment, staff has asked, and I think, Sarah, your point as well, staff asked that we have some additional fenestration on one of the sides in the front, and we've agreed to that. We've actually communicated with them. So I think that may address some of your concerns.
Can you let us know where you're going to add that? Like, if we can bring up an image so I can get a better sense. Like, I think if you look on either slide 18 or 19, those show the sides of the house and these long walls.
Sure. If we can go to slide 18, or I guess 19. Yeah, 19.
Is this Corten steel or what?
Yes, it is Corten steel.
Is that the best to use here?
Would you like to see the sample?
No, I know Corten.
I know.
I'm not 100% sure it ever really stops rusting, so
You sure need to coat it with a sealing properties.
Where in Miami has it? Are there places in Miami Beach where it's been used successfully? Jim, do you know any?
I don't know any, no.
Could you go back a minute to the site plan?
To the landscape plan?
Site plan.
Site plan.
Maybe it was the landscape plan.
I think it was a landscape plan, yeah.
Okay, then what I'm seeing there is not what I'm seeing here. Because the one I just saw has the triangles. That's not the site plan, the landscape plan.
I believe it's slide number 5. Give me a second. I do have it here.
Yeah, that's well, which page are you looking for us to go to?
I believe it's slide 28. I believe it's a site plan.
Was that?
28, page 28.
But regarding landscape, I would go to the page number 5. So
it's L4.
Page 5.
There we go.
There you go. What I'm seeing there is not what I'm seeing here. So you do have the 4 triangles in that plan. That was probably. Did you just submitted this recently, or?
That's in our package.
That's in the package, yeah.
It's in the file called presentation.
I don't have
It's in the presentation that they submitted. Is that different than what was provided in the landscape plan that was
Yeah.
initially uploaded?
Okay, so, but I can see that they already worked that area, so disregard that.
Okay, appreciate it.
So I agree a little bit, well, I agree with Sarah's thoughts in theory. I really appreciate the thought and the attention paid to controlling views. And I see this very deliberate in the way the site is laid out, the way the home is laid out. I think this idea of like you're using this, it's funny that like right in the core is like the stairs and then you have the utility room, which I think is really an interesting way to create these axes that you're trying to create and these views. And I think the pared down materiality is very genuine and honest. So the Corten steel, it's going to weather. I get it. It's going to evolve over time. And then this micro cement, which I guess is kind of looks, I don't know if you have a sample of that, the way you're going to texture it or what, but it's like a stucco, but it's a little bit better, I guess. It looks very textured in your renderings, kind of. But I think the purity of those elements, I like this idea, but then I also feel at some point for me, it looks like this is kind of like this museum, that's here, to me, that would be like in the middle of a very big field. And of course we're not. We're in the context of a residential neighborhood, and the same comments we do give quite often about side elevations and articulation, fenestration, to me are resonating with me on this project as well. Even though I understand the methodology behind what you are trying to do, but when I look at page 18 and 19, the renderings that show your side elevations, your north and south elevation, especially, I guess this is the page 18, I guess, is the one that has the most, solid walls that go from floor to ceiling. To me, it's a little bit brutalist, I think, and I don't have any problem with that necessarily in certain contexts, but I think for what you have happening at the front of the house and the back of the house, it's kind of, a lot of it's sort of lost on the sides of the house. And I know that one of staff's comments was to add fenestration to those side elevations. To me, it may not even, it might be a combination of fenestration and something else. I don't really know, but you've kind of contained all the detail in the parts of the house that don't face anything. Even like in your little courtyards, they're really articulated. There's glass, and then there's louvers, and there's fins, but there's nothing on the actual side that abuts, your neighbor, which is 10 feet away. So for me, I would just like to have you work with staff a little bit on maybe adding some fenestration / articulation. Even this, the other side of the house at the, I'm trying to just get my bearings. This is east, west. On the south side, the south-facing side, we just have this narrow strip window separating this big wall of beige micro cement. I think it's just a little, I don't know, like there's no, because you're going for a very monolithic look. I get it, but I also just don't think that look is, for me, very fair to the adjacent neighbors, or even, maybe they don't mind it. I understand for privacy and whatnot. I understand. That's why I'm not saying it's necessarily you have to add a window. I just don't know if it's something else that needs to happen there.
As an architect, I have to say, I know I hear all the time from my fellow board members about the sides, but really for clients, you want a horse, on these narrow lots, you want a horse blinder. You want to look this way and the back way. You're not looking, you don't, in fact, if you have windows to the side, when you're in the room, you're going to just close the shades, unless it's for light. So if it's light, then I think that becomes a clearer story. So, which is, probably those slots that they have. But I understand, but I think the scale is very low here. It's only 23 feet, which is like miniature compared to some of the stuff we see. So that's why I don't mind some of the blank surfaces, because they're really not very big, actually.
No, I mean, on one side, it's, 2 stories of only microconcrete. I mean, that's, if you look at the 17 and 18, or 18 and 19, that's, yeah, and I think Jason makes an interesting point, even about how it's very, looking, not just looking in unto itself, but even the front door is off to the side, like, it's not, yeah, I don't think it interacts or has a good relationship to the neighborhood. Like, it doesn't interact with its surroundings in the way that I think is, as you were saying, appropriate for a house. These homes on this street and this strip are all very close. It's not, like, there's not a lot of space around it. And I just was a little bit more friendly, and I think for me, it's this, again, like, I feel like I'm making all these comments, and I don't not like it, but I'm like, I do. Like, in general, there's a lot of, like, in general, I really, really like it. It's really just it's just so much steel, for me at least, in the front, and that knowing it's a garage, so there's only so much greenery that you can use to soften it.
Jason?
Yeah.
I think I agree with both of my fellow board members here. So this is why it's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge for you. Because I like that you're keeping the front really open. I think this is beautiful. Like, you have this very low, what looks like, I believe you're putting a very low fence. And so this is sort of like this urban garden. But then at the same time, you've created, just by your palette and the way the building is, it's a very strong building, but it's supposed to be open and friendly. So I think this is like this battle that we're having here about how do you actually make it be that, I think.
Maybe you could have some of the panels that are steel, it could be glass or frosted glass or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you have really good ideas, and I want to help you realize that, but also point out that maybe what you're saying and what you're seeing isn't quite aligning just yet.
I'm going to jump in just because I actually find the use of the Corten in the very front of the building gratuitous. I actually think it's the only place you're using it besides that little pavilion in the back that looks like a workout room. And if you could reduce the amount of Corten, the severity, I think, would be lowered. The degree of severity would be lowered, although it is a beautiful material. You might also look at using it other places to break up the severity of these long planes of monolithic material. There could be there could be inserts with the window. You could actually make very small movements become strong ones too. And that would allow you to use the Corten, which again I think is beautiful, in other places.
Yeah, I think the detail that you have of the Corten column right by the front door, like that is really interesting to me. And it's that sort of, like that is very successful. But I think also partially why it's successful is because maybe there's just, you have this thinner, a smaller amount of steel, and then, hovering with this big concrete. I don't know. It's stuff like that. I agree with Jim.
Compared to the... Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Do you feel like you have a sense of what the recommendations that we have are?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I guess, just a couple final points. I think what you guys were talking about, the way that I'm interpreting it as the non-architect trying to, make sense of it, I think is what we spoke to staff about a lot of those things, and I like the ideas about breaking up more of the Corten steel and things other than just windows. I feel that maybe we have enough, because the general idea of the project is something you all are favorable towards. And Sarah, you mentioned, the neighborhood. I think you all got from Michael that we sent over 5 letters of support from some of the closest neighbors, including the adjacent neighbors that love the design and support the project. So if there is enough at this point, with the direction that we have, because we're not changing the massing, we're just talking about some fenestration. If we can get an approval today and then work with staff to get those things done, I think we have enough, and Eduardo has already spoken to staff about some of that. If that's possible, that's obviously would be our preference.
Let me ask staff.
I think we can work with them clearly on the articulation along the side and the strategic use of the Corten steel. but I'm wondering, do we want to have a specific condition regarding modifying the material for the garage? Should that not be Corten steel, or should you want them to incorporate?
Maybe there's less of it,
Okay, and maybe it's incorporating some other glazing elements or something?
something.
Okay.
Because essentially, think about it, right now, all that we get from the street is this long wall of steel, pretty much.
Well, the rendering, when I first saw it, it looks like is like wood. This rendering doesn't look like steel. So would that be more acceptable, Sarah, if it's a wood volume? Or is it the puncture?
It's just so, it's not open. If you're trying to create something that's a little bit more open, that's not what I'm reading from it.
So I think, Michael, if you have enough from their comments.
Yeah, I think we want to incorporate more openings into that garage and maybe explore alternate materials for that Corten steel in the garage if that's suitable. So we can leave that open if there's something, because maybe the window won't work with the Corten steel and something else will work. So I think we can do that, definitely.
Yeah, I think there's something very monolithic about most of this home, very deliberately, and maybe part of it is breaking that up a little bit. Like even the garage, clearly there's a garage door in there somewhere, but like there's nothing articulate. So I get it. It's like, but
it's not, again, I hate saying this, but we've seen these gigantic houses that are like Latin American, fortresses with electrified fences, and this is totally open.
Yeah,
This
I
is
love
an
it.
open
I
house.
love it.
So it's open, but it has solid volumes. That's, to me, that's better than these. That story, the one that has a huge wall and then a dark understory and then that 100-foot screen. This even with that. I think he could modify the garage a little bit to me, but I think it's fine to have some solid volumes like that. If it's because of the openness, you see.
Yeah, I understand.
If this was all glass, I would say it's odd, so.
Take a look. Okay, I'll try a motion if that would work. Yeah? Okay, so I move to approve DRB application 21-0760, including staff's recommendations to work with staff on further articulating whether it's materiality or fenestration on the north and south facades, and to also look at the east facade, which is the garage facade, to possibly make modifications to the garage to create a modified monolithic look, yet still keep the open front to the home.
I second that motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Agopian and seconded by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Are these your clients?
Yeah, those are the owners, I think.
Are those the owners? They didn't say anything. You wouldn't like, there's a townhouse in Manhattan in Greenwich Village.
And Fernandez is going to present the next item, the next application.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 210762, 4774 North Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family home, including one or more waivers, to replace an existing architecturally significant pre-1942 residence. The staff report and draft final order can be found on page 111 of the agenda package. The applicant is proposing a new contemporary residence on a waterfront site on North Bay Road. The proposal includes a design waiver for a height of up to 2 feet 6 inches. Staff is amenable to the height waiver of 1 feet, as it is more in line with the size of the RS3 property, which is just north of 14,000 square feet. And as such, staff is supportive of the design of the application with the recommendations noted within the report. Here to present the application, we have the architect for the project.
And before we start, just any disclosures for the record?
I see none.
Oh, and let me swear in the witness. Thank you. Sir, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes?
10 minutes, yes. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Gomez from A2 Design, 3631 Torremolinos Avenue, Doral, Florida, 33178. Thank you, the members of the board and the staff, for this opportunity to present this project. This project is a pre-1942. That's the reason that I will be in front of you. And I'm going to try to be, a simple explanation of what we're looking for here and why we're searching for the height. If you can pull the presentation, please. Do you have the other one? I sent it yesterday. I think this is the main. I did it simple for you. That's the thing. Sorry about it.
Give me 1 second. Let me see if we could find the next one for you. So just give us a couple seconds, okay?
Yeah, don't worry. If not, we can.
Thank you for your patience.
We can go over the other one, but trying to skip the first part. Okay, perfect. That's it. Okay. The client indeed just asked us for a couple of things. The first one was to do like wood decks. He likes a lot of wood in that perspective, and the second one was on the same thing on the wood, but on in different planes and levels. And when we designed it, we're trying to see if we can incorporate it on the eave, and we did it in a matter. Like in the perspective, you can see all this wood. No, the house has a lot of stucco, but when you see up or down, you're still seeing a lot of wood and warmer part of the house thanks of the wood. Next slide, please. The location of this property is in the Norbert Road 4774, and if you see at the tip of that part of the let's say the island, start giving the back to the let's say to the sunset and the view, like the downtown view and all that. Next slide, please. As you can see there, the next situation is like exactly this property makes a limit with RS2 that all the houses will be in 28, if I'm correct, on height. And in this case, is RS3, we have 24 feet high. And that's why we're requesting the height that I'll explain later in the next slides. Next slide, please. Okay, in this case, it's the front and the back of the house, and I put on the right side, like at the perspective of an aerial view, that you see like a start turning. And let's say the south facade, that is an empty lot, start giving that back. No? Next slide, please. If you see the shape of the lot, there is a large part on the south. And when we spoke with the staff, one of the things that we discussing was why don't we take advantage of that lawn area and trying to put it on this. But it's something that Jason will like for sure, because we know in another project, we make an analytics, and that's the main variable here, that we analyze the sunlight path. And in that case, if we give it that pack, we want to start having all the pool and those areas in a shade. You will see it in the next slides. Next, please. And the reason of this one is exactly the same thing. Like we're trying to give guidelines through the lot, and trying to connect the ductwork and the visuals with the ductwork and not the dock and dig, but the connection between the house and the dock. You see like all these lines all are connected and visual connected. Next slide, please. In second floor, we didn't maximize the 60 feet on both sides. That's the south part. It has too much less than 60, and we maximized to the 60 on the north. Next slide, please. And that's where we come in with the roof. We're just asking like a 2.5 on the north area, that is the master, and we need it for a couple of reasons that I'll explain that later as well. And the south side is just 1 foot. During this conversation with the staff, we reduced part of the front on the north side as well to just the foot, in order to have a more articulation and make like a cascade visual for the front main entrance. Next slide, please. Okay, there is, I think, on the last set that we submitted, it happened something with this palette that it doesn't show up. We have it on the beginning, but this is the palette that we're using for the materials. It's like a gray, light gray color, very controlled, with a white, smooth stucco, simple stone, very, let's say, marble feeling, in order to emphasize the bronze metal for the windows and the wood of the rest of the main design. Next slide, please. Those are the front and the rear elevation, and as you can see, like in the front is mimic more on the 1 foot on the height that we're requesting, and on the second, on the rear, the other roof shows the 1.5 above that one, in order to make more, let's say, articulation. We don't want to be so flat. We tried on that one, but when we saw it, it looks like we're missing something in the articulation, and we need to answer the neighbors indeed. I'll show that later, because one of the reasons, like for example, we have on the north side 1-story house. One of the things that we did is giving more setback. We went to 13. I think the minimum setback was 11.3, if I recall correctly. And that was the reason, like we shifted back a little bit in order to give answers to the context. On the north side, on the south side, sorry, it's empty. But even with trying to take advantage of the view, you will see on the next slide, please. The sides, we're trying to maximize the movement. As you can see on the bottom one, that is the north side, in order to give it like a contextual visual for the neighborhood as well and the neighbors. One of the things that we did on the master is cladding in wood and give it more, let's say, prominent visuals as well. Next slide, please. Those are where we're marking for the waiver that we're requesting. And for example, that's the other thing. We don't raise the house to have like a crawl space, like an open space. In this case, it's 1.5 in order to, match the requirements. We always go a little bit higher in case we need it, but we don't have that crawl space because I think it will be so massive. In this case, we can do it, and trying to compete what happened in RS2. But in this case, what we did is trying to request it in front of you to see what is the answers that we're trying to look for that, and that's the reason. Next slide, please. Next. This is the detail. You don't have it on the main set, but in this case, I mark it up exactly the dimensions, and you can see these details is well thought about the connections between the lower part and the top one. What happened? Like a part of the eave on the right side connects the flat area on the other one. And if you see the articulation and the modulation is coming on the 666, and the other one is, the 12 and 6, it's a 1.5 that we're requesting more. That's our main thing, because we can lower a little bit that one for 6 inches, but we enter in a problem articulation as a construction detail. That's honestly, we can do all the same flat roof or trying to make this articulation, and that's the reason of the 1.5 feet, over the foot that we're requesting. Next slide, please. That's the section on the top one. You can see like we reduced the front one in order to try to escalate and give it more perspective. And on the other one, you see the difference between both. Next slide, please. As you can see there, it looks white. May have like a minute and a half for what happened before, sorry. Oh, perfect, thank you. But you see in the model, it looks like that. Next slide. But when you see in the perspective, you can see the wood on the eaves. There is a detail, very well thought about it. Like we want to have lights a little bit to shine up, the connections. Like the lights there. But I like the movement of the wood. How the palette is simple, but the wood gets the, let's say, the principal detail. No. Next slide. By the way, we didn't put here all the landscaping and all that in order to present better the articulation of the house. But in that case, that's what you can see. Like at the left side, one of the things that we like is to give the answers to the neighbors as well. Is like this detail goes all around the entire house. And in this case, just for the north part, one of the things we like is that connection there. It's simple indeed, but it helps us to not make it so flat, the roof. As you can see, the wood is on top, wood on the bottom, but in the middle, let's say in the sandwich filling, we have the stone and the stuccos in two colors. Next slide. That's the context indeed. From the south, you cannot see almost anything because it's a lot of trees there, but on the north side, you can see the approach, how it looks like. Is the front is like a 51 setback. We're on 24%. We didn't exceed the 30. Next slide. That's the visual. Next slide, please. And that's why Jason likes this analysis. And you can see next slide, please. Yeah, in this one, 3:30 p.m. This is what happened. One of the things we're trying to do is go higher on the roof, trying to get the sunlight in the winter solstice, so we can have all that area in the sunlight. The main design here was being made based on this analysis on the sunlight. We always analyze it and see how the incident is, but it's like that. And the next slide is the final one, is the view of that. That's where we locate the master on that area, and that's why we shifted this way in order to get that view for the client.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And sorry about the first 2 minutes.
All right. Anyone from the public wishes to speak, come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chair, there's nobody online wishing to speak.
Okay, I see no one in the audience, so I'm going to turn it over to the board for comment. Alex. Put you on the spot.
I mean, as usual, I find design height waivers, if it's self-inflicted, I don't know why. I mean, I think it's a lovely design.
Alex?
But I don't see anything about, what? Oh, it's a lovely design, and I would approve it, but I don't see anything about it that requires the height waiver. I mean, what's the floor to ceiling height on the first floor, and what is it on the second floor? Not floor to floor, floor to ceiling.
Floor to ceiling, 11 on the first one and 10 on the second one, but on the master we want the 11, so we have better proportion 11-11, indeed.
Yeah, I just, I think it's a great design, but I don't see what demands the well, also, part of it says you're asking for a 2'6" waiver or 1'6".
Yeah, it's 1 on the south side and 2.5 on the north side. The problem trying to answer that is, if you allow me, sorry, is what happened. For example, if we're next to RS2, if they're doing 28, we want to have a problem for the sunlight trying to get in on that area. If you can see if you want to pull it, I think it's almost not the last one, before that. It shows exactly at 3:30 how inseed the sun in that area. And that's why we're trying to shift it up, trying to get it there. We reduce the south side volume in order to get more sun on that one. Even we analyze what happened, what could be happen on the vacant lot by the setback. Exactly that one. You see, if you see how the incident at the sunlight at 3:30 happened like that, we're trying to, pick it up like a little bit on that area. Because honestly, we can do higher and trying to make it a solution for the context. Trying to see if we have 28, we have 24, we raise it 5 feet, we're almost there. But I think it's incorrect in this area. That's what we're trying to make like a transition between the RS2 to the RS3. And that's the reason of the solution for the context. We need to give it every time how can I say it, like a future solution. That's why we analyze what happened in the other one, how far they can go with the building.
Yeah, but the house that's next to it right now is just a one-story house.
Correct. In that one, yes.
And that's the side that you want the two.
Yes, correct.
The RS3 is to the south.
I mean, the RS2 is to the south, so it's the opposite.
Say it again, sorry?
The RS2 is to the south.
The RS2 is on the south, correct.
South side, right. So
the RS3 is on the north,
right,
correct.
So I could understand having a higher height facing the RS2 because they're going to go to 28 feet as of right on the vacant lot to the south, but to the north, they're restricted by the same regulation we have here of 24 feet with a subject to a height waiver. So I would think that if the board is going to approve a height waiver, it should be on the north side. I'm sorry, on the south side.
On the south side.
Not the north side.
Yeah, you told me that last time.
Just
but the problem that I seen, the only thing was the sun situation. If we're going higher on that one, it will be like in the movement in that direction. And it's natural, as Michael said, it's natural to go, let's say, from the 28 to the 24, going to the 26.
So what are the setbacks in the two lots combined?
Say it again, sorry?
What is the combined length of the two setbacks?
I think was 10, 20, 21, 3. Am I correct? Let me see here.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
So
Yes.
21.3 with a 1 foot difference. Right? And
Correct.
you're talking about whether or not the sunlight will get in there.
Well, part of that one is like if we have it. Do you see the last image that I sent or that I showed? It shows like we're trying to get in the view of that area. I understand if we lower it, it will be flat completely. And at the end, if that's the solution, and you agree with that, I don't have any problems. But I think it looks better for the neighborhood indeed, like we have articulation on that, like a part of the transition to doing that. I understand Michael says that what happened, of course, is natural, but it's like a pyramid. We have it on 28, going 26, 24. That's natural. But I think we need to improve something. And when we improve it, it's like trying to take advantage of the location, the south location, the sunset, and that's all. Because in summer, you know how summer it is here, no? For a fact. But in winter, I think is the worst position. That's why the south volume, we shifted back a little bit because we can take advantage of more of the percentage of the square footage. And trying to give it an answer to the north, one story, we give, I think was 13, if I'm correct.
Yeah, see, you
13 setback.
setback.
Yeah, 13 setback. We take 2 more in there in order to not be too protruding to the neighbor indeed, no? So we understand sometimes we need to maximize, but and to be honest, I think my client is hearing it right now, but I always push them hey, sometimes we don't need to go to the sites completely, we need to give them a little more in order to have a solution for the context indeed. We did it in several projects. I think Jason was part of that one, if I remember correctly. The Lucerne, that we're trying to skip it and going down in some directions. And Tenwa San Marino, we did the same thing, trying to escalate it.
Do you have any comments? We're going to go on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have a comment. It could also relate to that you're only giving us some limited renderings, and I've been looking at the plan, trying to figure this out. You'd mentioned that you did the curved eaves as a way to offset the rectangles, the right angles? Was that why you decided to go with it curved underneath as opposed to just flat, or?
No, it's not curve, it's an angle.
Ah.
It's in, I see if you can see it on the.
Yeah, no, I see it. Oh, yeah. And that to me seems a little bit awkward. Why not just?
Being flat. Well, we're trying to be in the movement. If you see all the other designs that we did, 10 West, 2120 Lucerne, we always do this detail. What we're trying to do in this case is giving it like in the wood, because part of the requirement, and I think it's warmer, and trying to be like that line as a composition all around the perimeter of the building, the house indeed.
I think, yeah. So.
Because it's not, I think it looks so flat, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, my overall impression, honestly, you're using this wood throughout, and how you're placing it, it seems sort of strictly ornamental. I don't understand the relationship of where there is wood, where there's not wood. The structure that I think inside is I guess the stairwell. That seems a little awkward to me. I don't know why it's sticking up. And again, like I'm just assuming that that's what this is based on what you provided.
Mm-hmm.
That's my impression. I will also say too, and this might be a personal thing, I was the I guess the railway, or I don't even know what it's called, at the balcony level in the front, it's wire. That I feel like I'd like to see maybe a richer, nicer material there. It just seems a little cheap, especially at the front of a house on North Bay Road.
Yeah, well, the railing, we have
Yeah.
a discussion with the client, and even we spoke with Michael about it. That sometimes I like the glass, because it's clean, it looks, sharpened. But the client said, I don't want the glass in this case, I want it like that. What are the two options? A glass or railing, but a very nice railing with the details and all that. If you see, it has like a small handle there. It's very small, but you see, it's not like a cable normal.
It's not
exactly.
cable.
Yeah, no, it's cable on the bottom, but not on the top. Like the frame on that one is on the same as the windows. The same material, same color, in order to make those lines more clean. And the reason of that one, we go in that direction, is because if you see the louvers in vertical, it has the same distance. You see, we designed exactly the same distance because, let's say in the kinetic art, when you have that and you come in like this, it gives you the movement. No, you understand,
In general, I wish I had a view that was of the house not at an angle, but as a straight on, so that I could understand, again, it seems to me from this angle, and again, it could just be the angle that that section that's white with the,
But it's very small angle at the end. It's like a.
It seems odd to me that section is jutted out so much.
Okay. Well, we did it in many projects, honestly, and as I told.
I know, but I want to see what this project is going to look like.
No, I know.
I don't.
But let me bring to this thing. In this case, we're using the wood. In the other projects, we never used the wood before, honestly, and maybe it's that what it brings you that.
I personally think it could use a little bit of refinement, and like I said, I think the details are, the placement of the wood seems a little arbitrary, but maybe, others disagree. That was just my impression.
Okay, no, thank you. Hi, how
are you? Yeah, I have a couple of questions for the, not questions, for the landscape architect. There is an encroachment of 5 to 6 foot high hedge inside the triangles of visibility on both sides.
Michael, quick question: Is not Chris on the Zoom? Just maybe he.
Yes, if you want to have Chris Crawley.
Yes, please. Maybe he can answer better than me.
Yes.
But I can answer as well if you need it.
Well, all he has to do is
everyone.
meet the code, which is maximum 30-inch high.
Okay, yeah. One thing that I heard in another project, we keeping the side walls and the part of the front wall. And we locate the driveway exactly where it actually is right now in order to not have any modification on the neighbor. But we're using the existing, the part of the existing walls, okay?
Okay, but I'm talking about the hedge.
I know, but I want to bring it down. I think Chris is on.
Mr. Crawley, before
Yes,
you testify.
hello.
Yes, Mr. Crawley, before you testify, I need you to swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christopher Orlando, how are you?
Yes, sir. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Good. There are 5 to 6 feet high crabwood inside the two side triangles.
Yes, sir. I see that myself, and we will absolutely make sure to study that along with what Ruben had mentioned about the existing front wall to make sure that there, if it is just planting or if it is wall, that we have no obstructions in those site triangle areas.
Right. And something that we have discussed before is the stacking of the labels. And that particular rectangle where the, to the, let me see where the north is here. Yeah, well, let's say to the north of the driveway. There are two species of plants, but when you stack them, you don't know where each one goes.
Yes, that's a good comment. I see that.
You and I have discussed this before. So we really need for the final plans to identify the location of each species.
Understood. Absolutely. I apologize for that, and we definitely will.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I think I discovered the problem here. If you look at the front elevation, front rendering A 5.2, it's just under the angled soffit of the roof. You have a horizontal band of wood with a, and if you would lower that, I think what you want to do is that should spring from the height of the windows. So you could lower that whole soffit apparatus down so that it springs more immediately from the window head. And
As
then
we
you
have it
would
on the first floor, right?
and even on the
Yeah.
first floor, you could consider that, and then you wouldn't even need as much request for a height variance. And it would make the design cleaner, I think, because right now you have, I think that's the redundancy there of that horizontal band of wood and then a dark shadow line and then the angled soffit. So I would consider lowering the whole apparatus so that it springs from the window head.
Are you putting mechanical equipment on the roof?
On the
Is that
roof,
what
yes,
that
yes.
wood parapet
That's the
thing is
screen
for?
there, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with Sarah a little bit, and I agree with staff's recommendations. I know that they were in favor of the one foot height. I think that's warranted and would not have an adverse effect. I do really appreciate your sun study and
I know.
actually the way that manifests itself in the plan because it relates to the sun and the view, which is really, so that kind of attention to the way the house is laid out, I think, your clients should be very happy that you're doing that because a lot of times we just see the same H-shaped home, equal wings, and it doesn't make any sense. But because you guys are facing this kind of odd angle, you're almost facing
Right.
away from the view. The fact that you've pulled back the south section and pushed, or pulled forward the south section and pushed back the north,
Correct.
so you can get those views from the living room, I think is really thoughtful, and that's really nice. I agree with my fellow board member Alex here that there is something about the wood articulation needs a little bit of refinement, and I feel you could work with staff on that maybe. I just don't, you have sort of the eave wood, the front wood, the slat woods, I understand the cable railings because glass railings are a pain to clean, so I get the reason for cables. I don't have a problem there, but maybe it just needs, for me, a little clarification. I think when I look at your elevations in black and white 2D, like it's kind of nice to see all the articulation. I appreciate the kind of the slight nuances you want to do with the heights, but I think in reality, partly your renderings aren't doing your project justice because they don't include the landscaping. I mean, that's kind of a. So you've kind of seen the other presentations we've been seeing, right?
Correct.
It's really easy for us to understand and actually really get very warm and fuzzy with the project because the renderings are amazing. And I think here, your renderings aren't doing the project justice, especially because there's no landscaping in them. So
it's my fault for the fact that I said don't put it that one. I want to see exactly what happened with the volume, the articulation, and all that. But now I see all the presentations. I understand. Yeah.
So I'm in favor of this with staff's recommendation. I think.
Allow me to ask you something that maybe we can work with that. You granted the food the staff said, so I can, let's say, I can work on the detail that Mr. Gorlin said, trying to go down on the, let's say, on the top of the window, and I have the same feeling first floor, second floor, but with that foot, so I can play with 6 inches on first floor, second floor for the AC. The problem is we haven't, these issues sometimes with the AC articulations, and how to trespass to the other one. If it's just a foot, I think I can work with the staff in order to make this more clean, as Mr. Gorlin said.
Yeah, you have to figure out the mechanical system. That's not our job.
Should we make a motion for that? We make a motion to approve this, to work with staff with the 1-foot height variance? Waiver.
And amendments such as working with staff on the wood, directionality of the wood, and the location of wood or not, like Alex's comment about it being on the top eaves. Other comments?
I second.
Second by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time. And next one, Jason, I'll try to put that. Trust me.
It will help. It helps.
No, I know.
I think Jason's, I think that it was the renderings, I agree, weren't doing justice. It was
No,
hard for
and-
me to
and-
understand how things related, and
All
it would
of
be
the
better.
record, yes, I totally
All
understand.
sides.
And I did a bad call on that one because you say, I think was when presenting once, it happened something like that, and we put a tree on the front and didn't see completely. Say, no, let's show exactly how, how the articulation of the house is. But I apologize for that. Next time I'll fix that. Thank you so much. Okay, appreciate it.
Can we leave? Let's do it.
The next item on the agenda is item 11, DRB 210767-253 North Coconut Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story single-family home, including one or more waivers to replace an existing architecturally significant pre-1942 residence. The staff report draft final order can be found on page 125 of the agenda. The applicant is proposing a new 2-story home on Palm Island that is designed in a minimal modern style. The proposal includes 2 design waivers that both pertain to the open space requirements for 2-story side elevations exceeding 60 feet in length. Specifically, the provided open spaces comply with the code in all aspects except for it does not provide landscape. In lieu of landscape, they are water features. As such, staff is supportive of the proposed design and the waivers, and here to present we have Monica Enton.
Board, Monica Enton with MHE Law, 7953 Northwest 53rd Street.
Ms. Enton, before we continue, I just have to ask the board if there are any disclosures, any ex-parte communications?
I see none.
None. Okay, and then just time. 10 minutes?
10 minutes, please.
Thank you.
As Fernanda indicated, I'm the attorney for the property owner. I'm joined today by the architect of record, Reynaldo Borges, representing Sobi Property LLC, which is comprised of both Onur and Seneb Pecker, who both not only live on the island, but want to have their children live on the island close to them so that they can see their grandchildren grow up. 253 is located on the northwest corner or quadrant of Palm Island, and it has seen a lot of changes over the years. This property, while it houses a home now, the home is currently under the existing base flood elevation. A lot of the homes on the island have seen reparations to raise and to demolish. The proposed home is actually built to scale with the homes in the area, and actually the first floor would actually be smaller than the existing floor plate of the home. The two waivers that we are requesting is not that we are not including the breaks along the side. A lot of times you see that applications come before you seeking not to have the breaks along the side. We're actually providing the breaks, and they're actually bigger than what's required. However, we fulfill the intent of what the code is in as much as we're providing the breaks, but we'd like to have water features. We think that it would provide a better condition for the neighbors as they look over to the property, and therefore we are requesting those waivers. We believe that they meet the intent of the code as it was written. We do have a presentation of the plant if you would like to go through those today. And I'll ask the, thank you. Reynaldo? Go ahead, yeah.
Good afternoon, board. It's good to see you all. Reynaldo Borges with Borges and Associates at 1111 Brickell.
Sorry to interrupt, but have you been sworn in?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Borges, I need to swear you in.
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. So it's good to be an architect with the truth, right? So I'll keep it short. I know it's been a long meeting today. So this house fronting North Coconut Lane deals with the garage in a way that, you know, is pretty prototypical. We try to provide some screening. They wanted to have a window into the garage, so the front of the garage has a window with an aluminum screening system. You can see the movement of the architecture and, you know, sort of trying to carve in and create a lot of play with light and elevating the house up to 11 feet for resiliency, ramping up to the garage. The garage is at about 6.5 feet as well. As you know, North Coconut Lane is, in general, Palm Island is pretty low in elevation, and the city has started to kind of raise the infrastructure there. Next image. So you see a different angle, you know, a little bit more of the transparency of the garage and the lighting effect and the welcoming, you know, steps into the front door area. Next. A bird's eye view to kind of give you a play of the volumetrics. We do have an elevator that takes you up to the rooftop. There is no stair up to the rooftop, just a simple elevator with a small vestibule, and then a wonderful trellis up there to enjoy the scenery of the Palm Island. Next image. From the rear, you know, we do have a relatively small pool because of setbacks. And we are reconstructing the seawall to new elevation standards, elevating and adapting the entire site. You can see a lot of transparency out to the bay. And these houses, the way they flow, as you know, you see through the house right into the water, which is always a reoccurring theme of these homes. Next. Different axonometrics kind of give you a play of the volumetrics. As Monica was saying, you know, we have carved out the side facade, so there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of opportunities for terraces and bringing nature into the house as well. Next image. Different angle here. We've got all the mechanical roof on the rooftop, well screened as permitted by code, and also very resilient. Next image. Next.
Next.
Next. You're familiar with the context. This is, I think, our 9th home in Palm Island. We love the island. It's a wonderful environment, and these clients really enjoy the environment. Next image. The context, the existing home, as you can see on the lower left-hand side of the screen there, you'll see the canvas canopy, which is kind of like a carport that they have placed in there. The home is really very low in terms of elevation, and the structure is really deficient. This is why our clients want to replace it with, a more modern, more resilient home. Next image. Next. Next. So I won't bore you with all these calculations. There's always an algorithmic experience to design in this context, as you all know. Next image. Next. I think we satisfy all the calculations, all the green area, open space area. As you can see, the pool is rather tiny because of the rear setback. I wish we could do something about that, but we're going to move forward with this design. Next. Next. So as you see in the floor plan, once you open the pivot door, you see all the way through the house, and you see the sort of the carving of gardens into the space, allowing for natural light and nature to really be part of the living environment. The kitchen, they wanted the kitchen to be a little bit more discreet, a little bit more enclosed for cultural reasons. And then the living dining is totally open to the transparent environment outside to the bay. Next image. The master bedroom, always, of course, taking command of the best view of the house, which is Biscayne Bay, with the master bathroom, and then we have 1 bedroom. So this is basically 2 bedrooms upstairs and a very small bedroom downstairs. I think it's a very modest home for the context, very well proportioned, and we're not asking for any height variances. Next image. The rooftop, as you know, is limited in its size of use, and we do have the elevator that goes up there for access, and simple engineered structure up there to enjoy that terrace. Next image. And you'll see, the side facades with all the movement and articulation and transparency, and we do feel, we've captured that feel of this modern minimal home. Next image. The front and the rear, with lots of transparency towards the bay in the back. We are, like I said, rebuilding the dock and the seawall. Next image. So you'll see the sectional here. I mean, we could use more height, but we didn't request it. So we're tight with the ceilings, but we're fine with that. So next. You see the longitudinal sections, transitioning from the street, the garage, through the entry loggia right all the way through to the rear terraces. And the pool is very intimate with those spaces. Next image. The survey, and I believe, I think we're done. With that, I open it to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Reynaldo. So I think one of the things I've been hearing from you all today is you wanted to see movement, and you wanted to see penetrations, and you wanted to see different materiality. And I think that Reynaldo has really captured that in this home. You see movement throughout in the different volumes. You have the penetrations along the side elevations, not only in the front, but also along the sides. And you see the different materiality. I think that's been one of the reasons that we've actually had so much neighbor support. I'm not sure whether staff has handed that to you or not, or that was part of your package, but we do have support from all of our neighbors to one side and across the street, because they do feel that this home would be a great addition to the project, to the neighborhood and to the street. With that, I will conclude my presentation and open ourselves up to any question that the board may have.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the audience wish to speak, please come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody with their hand raised online.
Okay.
And I just want to confirm that we did upload the public comment that Monica referenced. And then just one last thing I wanted to know, because it has become an issue with some other applications or permits. I notice you have an elevator to the roof, but no stairwell, other than the stair ladder, the cage ladder. Building will require an egress stair to the roof, so you'll have to incorporate that into the application. We can work with you to find a location that complies with the code to incorporate that stairway.
And we will work with you,
We
Michael.
have used that ladder that you see on the side to comply with that.
It's not being approved anymore, so we saw a case, we had to take an application to the Board of Adjustment where they were trying to do that with a ladder on the side, and building did not approve that, and it was after the house was built, so they actually had to go back and get a variance to locate that.
So that's a new condition from building?
Yeah, so you want to make sure that you address that with them.
It's actually with the elevators, which is now part of Public Works, the elevator section, and I suggest reaching out to Mr. Gann.
Very well.
Thank you.
So I've closed the public portion, turn it over to the board for comment. Michael, could you just touch upon the waivers they're requesting here?
Yeah, so the code requires, it says pervious landscape area within the breaks in the side elevations. This is a water feature. This is something that probably should be updated in the code. But right now, the code says, pervious landscape area, so this fully complies with the design intent. And whether it's grass or water is not going to affect the neighbors, so we're fully supportive of the waiver.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you. I like this design. I appreciate that there's a lot of movement in the front. I wish that there was as much movement in the back, but I think overall I like it. And I did have a question about the ladder stairway situation, so I'm glad you cleared that up. That was my biggest concern. And if you really didn't want the pool to be bigger, you could always make the house smaller. So, anyways, that's what I have.
Thank you.
I think it's nice to see a elegant, modest house in which you're not asking for a waiver for height. But I mean, that just reiterates why most of these waivers are not really required, because you can do a very nice job within the existing restrictions. So I think it's very nice.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one last thing that we didn't catch in the zoning review, the balcony that you have at the back, it cannot project more than 6 feet. So we're just going to edit that condition into the final order. The code only allows 25% projections up to a maximum of 6 feet.
Okay.
Yes. The two side wall, privacy walls, are they new or existing?
Yes, those are acting also as retention walls.
They're going to be new?
Yes.
And you have several palms. 27 is running, 26 and 27 are on it, but mostly on your neighbor's side. So you're going to have a problem with that.
Yes.
And 25 is in your side, but it's in the way of the wall. And also 3 and 4. So you're going to have to see what you do with those.
Yeah, we'll have to move those around. Yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve DRB application 21-0767 with staff's conditions and modifications regarding the balcony at the rear and the fire stair on the side.
Second.
Was that seconded by Mr. Sheldon? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Michael, could I ask a quick question? To resolve this issue now with the access to the roof or the sort of egress concern, remember in the past we were allowed to the main stair, take it all the way to the roof, but then because of the volumetrics that brings, we are no longer allowed to do that.
You would have to do an atrium type of stairwell. So you would go outside at the second level, and then with a stair that's exposed or covered with, a trellis structure or something like that above.
Right.
That would work.
So there's no reconsideration of allowing the main stair?
Yeah, the code does not allow stairwell bulkheads.
All right.
But we'll work with you on the location, whether it's in that area or some people do a spiral stair that extends off the balcony from the first floor all the way to the roof. So we'll work with you on the location.
The challenge is that the footprint of that spiral will count also for coverage.
No, if it's less than 5 feet in total dimension from the face of the building, it doesn't count. If
Okay.
it's beyond 5 feet, only the portion that sticks out beyond 5 feet
Okay.
will count towards lot coverage.
All right, great. No, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, we have one remaining, our last application on the agenda today. And this starts on page 143 of the board packages.
Now, where is this?
This is DRB file number 21-0771, 4570 and 4580 North Bay Road. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family home, including a waiver and review of the understory to replace an existing residence on a vacant lot. As indicated in the report, this site contains a vacant lot and an existing single-family home constructed in 1950. The waiver here is for an elevation that exceeds 60 feet in length. The applicant is providing recesses that meet the 8-foot depth requirement, but they do not meet the 1% of the lot area requirement, which is particular to note that this lot area is a very large lot at nearly 50,000 square feet. We're recommending in favor of the waiver and believe the home has been well designed, and are recommending approval in accordance with the draft final order.
Good afternoon.
Before we start, Matt, I just need to ask for any disclosures.
I see none.
And then, Mr. Chair, just how much time, or Mr. Amster?
We'd like to start with 10 minutes, please. Also, we need to swear in, I think, everyone that's here, as well as 2 individuals on Zoom. There should be Kirian Robertson, it might be under Seota.
Yes.
And also Dan Ritchie, Device.
Yes, they're on Zoom with their hand raised.
All right, so I think everyone needs to be sworn in before we get started.
Okay, so those here in chambers and online, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do. I do.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon again. Matt Amster, the law firm of Burke, Howard, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing MAG NBR LLC. That's the applicant and owner of this double lot property. With me from ownership, we have Alan Karen, the owner's representative. As I mentioned, virtually we have our design architects all the way from South Africa, Kirian Robertson from Seota. A bit closer is Dan Ritchie, our local architect from Device. With me here in person, sitting behind me, Vincent Filigenzi is our landscape architect. And I have my colleague from our firm, Nicholas Rodriguez. If you could please bring up our presentation. This is a property located on the waterfront. Go to the next page. I think that's just our design team. Yep, the next page is an aerial showing our location. So we're on the waterfront on North Bay Road, residential area. There are other double lots in this area, many both mix of 1- and 2-story homes, but large ones including the ones proposed here. We are taking advantage of the understory for added resiliency here, and as you'll see, there's extensive landscaping, more than the minimum requirements, both at ground level and also rooftop plantings. So there are green roofs, again, for sustainability and resiliency. Notably, we do not maximize unit size. We are only at 39.4% when 50% is the maximum allowed. And we do have extensive side setbacks, 25 feet minimum on each side. With that, we have a handout that we gave you. Most of these letters of support by outreach by the owner and the owner's representative to nearby neighbors. We've reached out to all the ones in blue, including the ones that are right next to us and across the street. No one has objected, and we do have some other letters of support, both nearby and a little bit further away, but we wanted to make sure you were aware that we did reach out. The owners specifically reached out to the ones north and south, as they are going to be their new neighbors. This is a home for their family. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kirian to continue. If you go to the next page, I think actually 2 more to the next visual. And Kirian, please continue.
Great. Hi. Thanks for the introduction, Matt, and good afternoon, members of the board. All right. So I think we're familiar with the context. We're right on Ende Road, and we actually are working with 2 sites, 4570 and 4580. Next slide, please. So the advantage of this is we've obviously got a very wide frontage towards the water. And this is something we've looked to maximize. And due to the extreme depth of the site as well, we've chosen to actually create sort of take an angled approach where we in fact hold a large garden that is towards the water body or towards the rear of the site that then lives out onto an infinity pool. So on the left, you can see the massing. And something that's quite important about that and very important to note is that we've actually chosen to retain a single story towards the front of the property, so towards the road elevation, and then we've bulked up towards the sea frontage to maximize views for those rooms. We've obviously also created a crank, so if you look at the middle collection of mass elements, that's due to the crank in the site itself, but this also allows us to maximize views towards Miami. And then we've also integrated, green pockets or green lungs to bring in light in this structure, and we've attempted to plant it wherever possible. So planting actually cascades on the second story as well. Then on the right, we've taken a very articulated and decisive type language to this architecture where we've created these shard-like forms, and this is something that you'll see throughout the architecture within the elevations and the sections as well as plan. But this gives it a very unique character, which we think is significant and gives this building its distinctive nature. So if we move to the next slide. Here you can see how, in fact, what we're talking about with regards to the single story, obviously we are incorporating an understory, but it's the single floor towards the road edge, towards the left. And then we've integrated a large green lung or internal courtyard, which we've actually punctured to allow, and this is obviously with discussions with staff, to allow light deep into the understory itself, so it doesn't become kind of a dark underground space. And our client's actually in love with water and cascading water and waterfalls. So you'll see a lot of water integrated and used throughout the site. And then towards the ocean side, you can see we've actually then gone to double story, allowing just in order to maximize those views and allowing the bedrooms to view outwards. You can also see how we've raised the soil bed, so the building actually lives out onto lawn, over water, and then steps down towards the water body again, and the understory itself opens outwards towards the street portion. Next. This is just a front east elevation view. Something that this shows you is just so the upper portions of the building are actually in the distance. So we've got this low-lying linear building presenting towards the street edge, and we're really aiming to, and due to the fact that we are set back significantly from the road site itself, we're able to layer this front facade with a significant amount of planting. But the planting is not only within the garden; it's integrated very much within the building itself, and the building almost acts like a planter. Next. And talking a little bit about materiality. So we're obviously going for quite a strong modernist or modern or contemporary style approach, but we want to bring a warm modernism to this design. So this comes with using very natural materials. And the big one is these elements are going to be, these feature stone walls are going to have a kind of a hand-raked limestone, which gives it a very beautiful textured facade. Then obviously we're looking at alternative materials. The majority of these are internal. Okay, next. All materials are intended to age gracefully with time, though, and develop patinas. So here you've just got your various axos, which takes you quite nicely from a kind of bird's eye view around the building itself. You can see how it very intentionally opens outwards to capture those views. And we've obviously also created a very strong axial approach. So as you enter and walk up, because obviously one has to walk upwards due to the understory, if you elevate it and you have stairs that one has to rise, you have quite a grand entranceway, and as you enter, you actually have a straight shot or a straight view directly through to the ocean. Okay, next. And then here we're just showing an existing street view, which is on the right-hand side, so you can see the current site condition. And then on the left, we've just obviously photoshopped in what our building would look like in that environment. And as you can see, due to how set back it is, it doesn't have too much of an imposing presence on the street facade. Next. And there's just another view of that elevation. Next, please. Next. Okay, thanks. Sorry, and then this is just showing how we've punctured down to the understory line for light, but also you have views throughout the building. This green lung, as I was referring to it, with planting on the right. This is just another view from the ocean, showing how that whole building opens outwards. Okay, so you can keep going. I do actually have to go quicker. Next. We seem to be stuck. Next. Thank you. You can just see this is, okay, so just quickly running through the plans. You can see how we've articulated these fractured elements that then hold the plan, and hold the form, and the shape making, but directing through towards the views. Next. And then again, this is, Vincent could take you through this, but you can see in terms of how much planting is in fact being consolidated on the site. Next, please. And just talking about, in fact, how open and permeable our understory is and where we have brought in water bodies and water features. Next. This is back to the first floor. Next, please. And this shows you how we bring you up from that grand entrance up to the upper level, with all the bedrooms having the ability to view outwards. Your main bedroom on the right obviously maximizes those views towards the sunset and towards the city view. Next. Again, just showing how this is planted on the upper level as well. Next. And just how we are adhering to all of our coverage requirements. Next, please. And then this just shows you how we have, in fact, articulated these facades. I hope you saw some of that 3D imagery, but in fact, you've got these wide, deep overhangs that allow for significant shading, but also for views outwards. Next. And again, how our facade is quite dynamic. So even where we do have these shards, they have then been fractured and punctured and pushed and pulled and broken up with internality with various materialities. Next. Great. And now I'm going to hand you over to Dan of Device for the waiver. Thank you.
Hey there, can everybody hear me okay? I was just on mute there for a second.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So yes, we are asking for a waiver just regarding that 2-story, 60-foot length limit, just for the north elevation only. And within that waiver, we do comply with the length limit. Our maximum length of the 2-story portion is 44 foot 8 inches. It's actually only 36 if you count just the second floor portion itself, but if you include that shard pendage that we've mentioned before, it's contiguously 44 8 inches. And we comply with courtyard break minimum dimensions. The smaller of these two breaks is 8 feet by 10 foot 7. However, where we are deficient is in the area calculation for those breaks. The code minimum is 1% of the lot area, which is equivalent to 496 square feet. Our cumulative area is 293 square feet. So that's the point at which we're asking for the waiver approval. That said, our design architects, I think, have taken great care to offer a north elevation that has a lot of visual interest and mass breaking. And these two images, they redline the in and out on the plan, which is the top graphic, and the up and down on the elevation is the bottom graphic. So there is a lot of movement, relief, and expression. And within that longest 2-story section, although it's easy to miss here in the elevation, there actually is a pass-through breezeway that takes you from the yard into the covered patio. And this is on the first floor level. That's kind of easy to miss when you're working on these graphics, but you can see it in the plan. So even that 2-story section does have more movement than is immediately noticeable. And our material selection varies. There's feature stone. They've also identified gray metal cladding. There's some areas of wood slats, exposed board form concrete, as well as regular stucco. Oh, and also there's numerous expansive glass punctuations, 12 feet high on the first floor and 10 feet on the second. And within that 1-story section on the left-hand side, which is closest to the street side, those are actually not windows. Those are full penetrations that go right through that architectural wall. Next slide. So here you can hopefully see these ideas more in practice in 3D with the elevation, with the shadows, the interplay with the textures, and the landscaping. Next slide. And this is an axonometric of that elevation that should give you a better sense of the interplay of all these forms and different materials. In the end, the code, I think, provides a lot of latitude for architectures that are more expressive in materials and form and provide that movement of mass and that dissolution of or dissolving of typical 2-story blank facades. So in that regard, I think our design architects have been quite successful. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the legal team for closing remarks, but I wanted to thank everybody for your time today.
Thanks, Dan, and also Kirian. Yep, just to conclude, we have a very resilient project that I think well designed to embrace this slightly irregular lot with those great shard forms. And again, only 39% unit size, very large side setbacks, lots of landscaping, and really addressed great articulation on the side yard. We agree with staff's recommendations and conditions, respectfully request your approval. We're all here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt, and your team. I'm going to ask if anyone from the public wishes to come forward. Please do so now or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online with their hand raised for public comment.
So I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment. I'm going to start with Alex.
Well, generally, I think it's superb design, and I think Scioto's work is always quite wonderful, but I think it falls flat with the request for this waiver for the little pocket, which was, what was it, 400's required, and they have 200 square feet? So I'm looking very closely at the plan, and where does this waiver show up? In the request for a, humongous walk-in closet. So I have zero sympathy. These are architects who could, I'm sure, remanipulate the main giant master bathroom and the 2 walk-in closets to comply with the rules of the city of Miami Beach. No question about it. Otherwise, it's fine.
Ditto. But I did have one question.
If I may.
In slide number 29, and maybe this is called for the city, or I don't know, maybe our landscape board member, this view of North Bay Road with this heavily planted boulevard, is that something that's coming? Is that a future plan? Is that seriously? I'm kind of serious. Like, I don't know. They wouldn't have just made it up. I mean, is that something that they're doing over there?
Not that I'm aware of. I think that's something that, like, if you look at the sidewalk and then the landscaping in the swale, the city's not going to improve more than street trees and sod, and the swale. It's not going to improve the low ground cover. So I'm not sure. I think that's maybe taking some creative liberty with that rendering.
And I thought maybe the applicant was offering to landscape both sides of North Bay Road and all the swales, because I think that's a great idea.
While aspirational, I don't know how well that'll play out. But yeah, I mean, we have just street trees and sod in the swale as in our landscape plan. So,
Sarah?
I think that you guys have done an amazing job creating for your client a showpiece house. Like, this is really spectacular. I tend to have a hard time wrapping my head around your presentations, I think because the structures are always so big, and have to look at the stuff again and again and again. Overall, I think it's fantastic. I agree with Jason and Alex about the waiver. And my only concern is with this front entrance structure. I would love it if somebody on your team could direct me to just like a head-on street view so I could see what's going on, but it just seems like these architectural walls, they're just very pronounced, and what's a little bit, which is fine, but even more significant, my concern is the wall that's between them, and I really don't have a sense. I mean, you keep showing views with trees in front of it, but I would really like to see what that is, what we're getting. My big concern with your designs overall, and I said this the last time you presented us with something, is that the street side elevation, for me, has a fortress-like quality that I think I find very strange from Miami Beach, considering how safe it is, especially this part of Miami Beach. So it's always a question. So I think if I had a better picture of exactly what you're proposing, maybe that would help me wrap my head around it.
Do you see elevation on page 24?
Entrance elevation.
A little right-hand corner, 24. So this view.
Oh, I see.
Cool. Hi there. I'm happy to respond to that question. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm looking at 20. Yeah. I mean, it seems like in the front. Yeah. It's just this very large.
The number one.
So you're looking at the elevation on page 24.
24.
Correct?
Yes. Yes.
So unfortunately, we were attempting to show the landscaping, but another good slide to review is page 13. But to address your comments, there are these shear walls. However, they have chamfered edges. So what is expressed towards your view, so although I see it's reading like large walls, they are chamfered towards us. So they're splaying outwards. So you do in fact read a slender edge. And then what's also important to note is these are quite dramatic feature elements that brings one into the main foyer of the structure, and then you have a view straight through. But on either side and also in between these elements, there's in fact glass facade. So you can actually see the amount of openings. So it does open up a significant amount to that street facade. And we actually have a layering effect happening. So you can see this horizontal band articulated. It's got a number 2 on it, which is talking about it's a board form concrete band. To the right, we actually have a waterfall on the opposite side. And then on top of that concrete or articulate band is actually going to be planting, which is then capturing those trees.
Sorry to interrupt. I think Sarah's point was the one particular blade or whatever your shard you're calling it, height.
Yes. So
the height seems
don't
to be the inappropriate thing which is being commented on and not being.
Well, we're not exceeding the height limit, and in fact we are. It is behind our restriction for a single story, and then sides. The left-hand side is actually slightly proud of the opposing side, which is so as you approach, it actually welcomes you into what is obviously a large stairway, and that stairway.
Oh, that's wood, I guess.
Yeah, that stairway is quite significant in that it brings you up, obviously, over the stairway.
I don't mean to interrupt. Everything you're saying, it's not really it's not painting the picture that I think needs to be painted. It's funny because with the last applicant, we're like, we need to see the landscape, and then with this, it's like I wish I could just see what the building looked like without the landscape. I mean, I wanna go with you on this, or even a model would have really been helpful, but it's just so, I don't feel comfortable approving something that I at this point, I really don't know what I'm getting here. I don't know if anything is.
I hear what you're saying. One comment to that would be, I think something that is significant is that this element is quite offset from the facade. So one isn't going to see it to any great extent until you enter the property. And then when I think you enter the property, it is going to be kind of a wow and a ha moment. although that impact is going to be less significant to anyone driving past the property, for that example. Whereas obviously the facade opening to the water is going to be visible.
No, I hear what you're saying,
and
and
I think that was our approach to how we showed it.
And I like a wow, and I think a big project, like I think it could be appropriate here, but it's just very hard to tell from what you've submitted.
Well, Sarah, I think the point of these houses is to be mysterious and not open at all to the public. So
I mean, I'm
don't
just
think
trying
that's-
to.
I don't think that's the
I mean,
goal
it's.
here.
I guess also what would help too is even.
Well, I think a model would be helpful, of course. Actually, didn't we have a Ceuta house that had a model?
Perhaps, though, there is a good axon, page 11, that kind of, shows you from the different angles, so you can see they are thin at the front. They do, provide that entry experience when you're already there, when you're on the steps, when you're leading into the passageway into the home.
And Matt, don't you do have, there's these elevated planters in front of those
Yes.
elevations, and you have glass behind them, right? So I think it's.
Correct.
The planter is integral also to the design, but you do have the window openings to other side to counter the massive monumental wall.
I think rendering 13 is worth looking at. And if you could airbrush out that one palm tree right in the middle.
Yeah, the rendering's not. The rendering unfortunately shows stone between the wedges, and it's actually wood, a solid wood wall with a door in it, I guess. But make no mistake, the wedges are fairly, they're not 100 feet away from the sidewalk. They're actually probably like 50 feet away from the sidewalk, and they are 40 feet tall from the
No, it's
sidewalk.
going to look like the.
Yeah, I mean they're big. They're really big.
Have you been to the National Gallery by I.M. Pei?
Yeah. Well,
That's what it
also
will
the
be
fact
like.
that they're chamfered doesn't.
Yeah,
make
and
sense.
I know on North Road. Yeah.
So would we want to see a model? Big project, huge project. We've been through this before, guys.
Yeah, I think so.
And if they feel strongly about the design,
we
aesthetic,
made
I think
Orlando
that would be
do
better
that,
than us
didn't we?
chopping it up right now.
Well, I think some of the concerns are obviously a better appearance of what that area looks like, but perhaps also addressing the height. That seems to be some of the concern here. And I don't know if, more detail may actually justify, the height that's
That's what I
proposed.
think the board members are saying. With a model, you can justify the height, and it won't be an issue, it won't be a concern.
It's 40 feet, it really is 40 feet
Well,
tall?
40 feet from where? I don't,
Sidewalk level for if you're standing.
Yeah, I mean, that's my question. What is this going to look like?
Yeah, because I can see from in the section it has all the dimensions, so I'm not just making it up. Maybe I rounded up like 2 feet.
Maybe,
but-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
37
actually, I
and a
think,
half.
as Jim has noted, I think any large house of this scale, I think really, as a requirement in general, should be a model, so.
So I think maybe for the sake of time, I don't know if, or did you want to comment on the landscaping maybe?
Minimum. Your landscape architect does very nice work. Unfortunately, I could not read the specs due to blurriness. But anyways,
well, you should have received the,
there are 8 side triangles that are missing in the plan. And-
yes, we're aware, but we'll make sure
Yeah,
to.
and those are the 8 areas that he
Yeah.
will have to rework, and basically that's all he.
I already spoke with Vincent about it, and I know that those are meant to be low plantings anyway, so that we'll make sure that they don't exceed the height that's allowed. Absolutely.
Yeah, your landscape plans, for whatever reason, came through all pixelated on the text, the way that the plan is fine, but when they imported the text into the PDF or something, it's.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's just.
Apologies for that.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to continue.
Sure, but if we're in that mode, I'd like to see if Kirian would like to discuss more about the north side waiver. Because I know that there was mention about, closet areas that's on the second floor. There are other programmed areas on the ground floor. I just want to make sure we're getting the best direction we can.
Well, I think, I don't think there was a sympathy for the waivers generally here. Am I wrong or not?
Take a straw vote. Isn't that what we've done in the past?
Well, I was just hoping that maybe if you would allow for the architect to perhaps, have a bit more, a moment to respond and perhaps to further explain. So I understand the lack of sympathy, but
I don't know if sympathy is what should we refer to, but it is a very big site, and you're not using all that you can use. So there's somewhere that you can give and take.
Well, I mean,
think.
The give and take here is that they have extensive side setbacks and non-parallel side setbacks that have, basically that's where this entrance feature really, I believe, came from as a way to address the context of where they're located. And they do have a great deal and have put in a great deal of design effort on the north side to meet the intent and purposes of the code. And that's why a waiver is allowed. I don't want to go further. I just want to say, if Kirian, if you wanted to weigh in, you're welcome to.
I'm happy to weigh in if people are willing to hear my thoughts. So first off, I get the lack of sympathy, and 100% there is a very large walk-in closet there. It has a bearing though on our placement of the kitchen as well below and staff access. And I mean, Matt's precisely right in terms of it is precisely this junction of what's quite a orthogonal site, and then this very angled setback that we're trying to adhere to, and that's what gave rise to obviously this what might be seen as an unconventional entrance condition. But that obviously has led to us trying to push more of the program further forward on the site to maximize those views. And in order to get, and due to the sheer size of the site, we wanted to bring the kitchen, so on the first floor, bring the kitchen further forward to have better access to the living areas, so that the house actually has the ability to live outwards towards water, which is something we've prioritized. I'm not sure that helps or answers any precise questions. Okay.
But if we do a straw vote, everyone who would be in favor of the waiver, raise your hand. 2 out of 4, or out of 6, I should say.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you.
I recognize for
Do you want to continue
continuance-
this to the April or the May meeting?
We would need to turn in plans,
If you're gonna
revised
make changes-
plans on Monday.
Michael, a model would have to be submitted a month ahead of time.
Correct, yeah.
Right? So
I mean-
if the plan's not changing and there's nothing radical,
You could just bring the model in at the next month's meeting if you're not changing anything. If you're
well,
gonna
they
be
might have to
changing
change
plans,
the waiver.
if you could revise the plans to address the waiver by
Right.
next Monday, and then if you wanted to, the
Sure,
board could
let's-
continue this to
We
the,
would appreciate the opportunity. If
to the
we
April
just
meeting.
can't get the plans in time, we'll just continue again at next month. But yeah, if we can continue to April, we'd appreciate that as a means of moving forward with the project.
Should I move again? I know there was a motion. I move to continue this application to April.
Guys?
I second.
seconded by Ms. Glar-Nelson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That item is continued to the April 5th meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.